Hello, everyone, and welcome to SEC Wraparound. I'm Cooper Naylor, and tonight, well, I should say today, because we're recording this a day and ahead, is we're going to do a new segment here on the show. And this is right now it's 12 o'clock as you're watching this. So today is the first installment of SEC Wraparound. And so what we're doing is SEC Wraparound will come on to begin some Saturdays, and then so that's the first 45 minutes. Then you have your second 45 minutes, which will be college football wraparound. So it's expanded college football wraparound of sorts for the whole show as a whole. But as far as in total length, we're still keeping it the same. You got 30 to 45 minutes that I will talk for college football wraparound. So, what we do with this segment is we're going to introduce some trivia questions, which you can comment as you're watching what your guesses are, and then at the end of college football wraparound today, we will introduce what the answers were, and so that's the plan. So we got a full slate of stuff coming up today here on SEC Wraparound, and of course, to help me out with this show, me and him founded this segment, and this is Derek Sanford. Hello, Derek. How are you?
Good. You?
Pretty good. All right. So what we'll do is we'll first begin by introducing our two questions, and then we'll get into two topics after that. It's our little system we put together. And so our first question we're going to introduce is Auburn won their first game against who? So you can comment below what you think is the answer. And then, so that is our first question. And if you need me to, I'll repeat it. Auburn won their first game against who? So you're going to have to think of way back. Like how way back, Derek?
And I'll add something to that. The final score was 10-0.
Okay. So that has to tell possibly quite a while back. So, of course, put your comments below what you think is the answer. And then our second question, and then we'll get into the topics. What was Paul Bear Bryant's middle name? So, the historic Alabama football coach who was at the time the greatest coach to come through Tuscaloosa. What was Paul Bear Bryant's middle name? Anything you want to add on that question? Okay. So now what we're going to turn our attention to is we're going to talk a little bit about some games coming up, and one game in particular coming up Sunday the 3rd. So not today on August 26th, and not tomorrow afternoon, but we're looking at Sunday the 3rd, September 3rd. And so the question is, will LSU lose to Florida State? So Derek, what is your opinion on this?
I think it's going to be a real close game. I think Florida State has a pretty good chance of beating LSU, and I think it's going to come down to the final drive and who has the most turnovers.
I would agree with that. One of the big things that just came out is Mason Smith, a really great defensive end for LSU, has been suspended for the game. And really, and I was watching Josh Pate. He does some really great college football programming, and he was going through and showing all about the Mason Smith stuff. He was actually supposed to be, basically the NCAA was going to suspend him for one game last season, but And they were basically, it was kind of weird how he put it. And, if you're not someone who keeps up with the NCAA, it'd be really hard. And so what they were saying is that basically they were going to give him a choice of what game to sit out last year. So, of course, he played a couple games, got injured, missed a lot of the season. So, what ended happening is that the suspension had to go to this season, even though he missed a good chunk of the season last year. They're going to still count. Um, they're still going to suspend him for a game, and so what did the NCAA do? You got to sit out against Florida State. Too bad. So I just want to also touch on that. Do you think that is going? Well, defensive tackle Mason Smith. I just had to go back and look real quick. So do you think, Derek, with the loss of Mason Smith, do you think this is going to hurt LSU in the long run in this game?
It could and it could not. You never know. Used to in Alabama, in one championship game, they're blaming they lost to Georgia because they lost John Mechie.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, that could have been a part that did make them lose, but also you can't blame it on that one person that's why they lost. So it could and it could not. It might make it where there's less sacks, but it also can let the backups get some work into a really good game, and for them to get their their jitters out for that first game, and it might make them feel good going against a team that is a pretty good team.
Yeah, I would agree. It's not, this is a team sport. Of course, anything can happen. Injuries can even show up, and of course derail part of a season. I mean, so Mason Smith, I don't think is going to be like overall. It's going to have a lot of a difference on the game per se. I do think that as far as when it comes to the difference between a guy who's a starter and then a backup, it is a little bit of a difference just because of how just, like the difference between knowing, like the flow of the game a little bit better, I feel like. But I feel like in the end that I think LSU is going to be fine in this game. And like you said, this game will most definitely come down to who's got the football at the end of the game and who's going to score that last either touchdown, field goal, whatever it may be. And the thing I wonder is, do you think we could get a situation like last year where, like, let's say it goes in reverse? Florida State has the miss extra point during the game, and it comes down, they've got to kick a field goal, and in true Florida State fashion, how they did for years by missing big field goals. Do you think that could potentially be an outcome in this game?
Well, it could and it could not, because there's always you gotta think back. It's the very first game, and Ticker's gonna be like not like that could be the biggest kick in that season. So it could be that he gets jitters and blow it, but also I don't think it will come down to a missed field goal. I think it will be really close, and I would say it's going to be a lot like the Tennessee Alabama game last year, where Tennessee was able to make a field goal last minute and win the football game.
Okay. Yeah, as far as if you got to predict the score of the game, do you think this is going to be a high scoring game? Like, let's say, because like Alabama and Tennessee, if I believe correctly, was like 48-45 from last year. So that was like a shootout, where there was basically it didn't feel like there was any
Score
defense to
after
be
score.
had. Um, Now here's the one thing I wonder is because both of these teams, LSU and Florida State, what I want to see is like I feel like they had the ability to score points, but do both of them have the ability to chase each other by, you know, let's say Jaden Daniels takes LSU, scores a touchdown early, and then Jordan Travis has got to go down there and respond, and they just basically trade blows the whole game. Or is this going to be a more like how Ohio State and Notre Dame was last year, how it had to take a while before the blows really started coming because because it was still like I believe it was like 10-7 at halftime in that game. Ended up Ohio State winning 21-10. So do you think this is a low scoring game or is this a like shootout like Big 12 style game?
I think the first quarter will be a super slow game, not much happening, but a lot of defense. But after everybody gets their first quarter out, I think it's going to be a shootout, like you're saying, like Alabama and Tennessee was, because uh, like Alabama and Tennessee game, they never had a turnover really. In case they had a turnover, and they were able to stop the other team and make it where they did not get 2 or 3 scores ahead.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna. I think as far as if I would say high scoring or low scoring, I think this game is going to, like you said, it's going to be a slow first quarter. Then after that, I feel like it'll pick up and there'll be a lot of scoring. So definitely a game where I could see like a 40 to 37 type game. That's where I could see it. So we do have to move on to our next topic. So Auburn has gone through a lot of changes this offseason. Of course, they began last year with Brian Harsin. Halfway through, they told him to get out the door. So, of course, he hit the road, and then it was time for Auburn to have an interim. And Derek, you can go ahead and say who that was real quick.
So Hugh Freeze, I think, is a great fit for Auburn. And also, the other day I was looking up Auburn, and it showed that the starting quarterback for Auburn is going to be Peyton Thorne. And Peyton Thorne was transferred from Michigan State like last month or early this month. So he came in and beat TJ Finley and Robbie Ashford. And some Auburn fans probably would say, hallelujah, thank goodness we don't have Robbie Ashford being our quarterback or TJ Finley being our quarterback. But also, the team has gotten a whole bunch of new recruits. He's played the transfer portal. One thing Brian Harsin did not like. Hugh Freeze is the total opposite of Brian Harsin, and Brian Harsin was never meant for Auburn. And this season's A-Day game was played how he plays it. He used to play it in Liberty. And I like this style because it helps the defense better than the offense because you have to be like you don't have one team that has the backups and one team that has the starters, and the team that has the starters have a better chance of being the being the winners. So I like his changes, and I believe that Auburn ended up within the top 10, maybe the top 5 in most recruits of the off season. And also that Auburn has gotten a 5-star that had went to Georgia but got flipped to come and play against flipped from Georgia to come to Auburn, and he was like a defensive end, defensive tackle, something like that. So that is very good for Auburn, and they have gotten, I believe, a 5 or 4-star wide receiver to come. So Auburn's offense and defense will look totally different. The first game is against UMass, and I think it's going to be a really good game. And I think Auburn's going to probably crush them. Everybody probably expects that because Auburn is pretty much paying them to come play them. And Auburn is not going to try to have another game like they had against Georgia State where they had to bring in TJ Finley to win it. And I just don't see that happening again.
Yeah, I'll say this about Auburn. I think Hugh Freeze, like you said, he brings in this is a guy who beat Alabama as the head coach of Ole Miss. And if I believe correctly, I don't remember a team who actually beat Alabama 2 years in a row like Hugh Freeze did at Ole Miss. Like, I think he's the only guy, while Nick Saban's been at Alabama, has beat Bama 2 times in a row. So, I mean, that has got to be some promise. I will say that I don't know if this year's going to be good for Auburn, I think. But I don't know if this is going to be the year where they truly compete with Alabama for Alabama and LSU, because Alabama and LSU are definitely like the top tier of the SEC West. So I don't know if this is the year for Auburn to compete with them, but I feel like, a really good year for them would be third place in the SEC West, right behind Alabama and LSU, because I feel like, Hugh Freeze, you've got a new head coach in him, and then you've got Peyton Thorne as your quarterback, and Peyton Thorne, I think, is a great pickup. So Auburn, I think, definitely there's some upside to Auburn. So a lot of promise coming out of the Plains. So we do have to move on. So we got
I
two
got
more.
one more thing to say real fast, though.
Go ahead.
I think this is very, very bold prediction from me, but I believe Auburn's going to beat Alabama or Georgia this year. Georgia is their 5th game. Alabama is their last game in the regular season. And also, I think Auburn's probably going to blow a game that they should not blow.
Okay. Yeah, as far as if they were to blow a game, real quickly, I'm going to go to their schedule just to kind of give it a look. And, of course, not sponsored by, but the Phil Steele magazine's a great pickup for me to be able to understand what's going on. So if you're looking at a game they could potentially drop, I feel like they could play a really good game at LSU October 14th, come back the next week against Ole Miss and just lay a goose egg. Or let's say they play a good game against, or let's say they play a good game against Ole Miss and they drop, and then they just play terrible against Mississippi State. There's the potential for, you play a team that you're going to beat that you really probably shouldn't beat, but then you come back the next week and you lose to a team that you should have beat pretty bad.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Mississippi or Ole Miss, as I think, because Mississippi State last year they lost to them, but this year Mississippi State is pretty much, and they're saying is going to be really good because they lost their head coach because of a heart attack, stroke, or something, Mike Leach.
Yeah. So, of course, we will see how Auburn plays out. We'll be talking about all SEC teams throughout the year as we go through our segment. But we need to get our next two questions. So, first one I want to bring out is, other than being called the Tigers, what was Auburn called? So, of course, just like when did they win their first game, you're going to have to go way back in time to go see what this answer could be. So, of course, always in the comments section, put your answer in the comments section. We want to see what you're guessing, and then once you do, then of course at the end of college football wraparound today, we will announce what the answers were, and if you're right, then we will acknowledge that live on air. So be ready for that. And then our next question: how many Bear Bryant coach players won the Heisman at Bama? So this is while Bear Bryant was at Alabama. How many of the players that played for him at Alabama won the Heisman? So, and the one thing I will say about this is that I will tell you this: it's not what you're going to think. So that's all I'm going to say about it.
Yep, very much. I was surprised whenever I saw it too.
All right, so now we move on to talking about Alabama, and this is maybe if you're looking at a topic for what people like to say preseason of college football, this is truly one of the biggest topics, and it comes out of Tuscaloosa, and it comes with who's going to replace Bryce Young as quarterback. Now, I will say this. You had Tyler Buckner transferring from Notre Dame. He was a starter for the first two games Notre Dame played last year. And, I mean, if you remember that I had Notre Dame and Ohio State here on the channel last year, and I was while broadcasting, I was telling about just the ability that Tyler Buckner, he's not the most adept passing quarterback, but he had the ability to make plays with his feet. So it was kind of a shame to see him get hurt against Marshall last season. Of course, as most of you know, Marshall would end up beating Notre Dame in what was maybe one of the most humiliating losses that Eaton had last season. But of course, Notre Dame bounced back from it. But Tyler Buckner wasn't able to come back for a long time. So Tyler Buckner, just like the others, he's more of a question mark. Like, what can he do? He's more of a rookie, I guess is what you could say. And then, of course, if you look at Alabama, you had Jalen Milroe last season, and he was the guy for Alabama when Bryce Young got hurt. He played decent football. He is probably the most athletic. He can make the plays with his legs. But again, just like Buckner, he's not the best passing quarterback. And the way I see him as, he's a more, I guess, like human version of what Lamar Jackson was at Louisville. How he had the strong arm, but it wasn't really that accurate. I mean, that's what I see out of Milroe. So you got that. And then you've got your last guy who I feel like going into it, I would have loved to see him. I don't know if he's going to win the job, though, and that is Ty Simpson. Now, he is the great-grandson of Bear Bryant, if I believe correctly, and he is the opposite of the other two. He's more of a pocket passer. He doesn't make a lot of plays, scrambling. He would be more like, if you remember back like 10, 12 years ago, you had A.J. McCarron, Jake Coker, more of a pocket passer who's not going to really make plays with his legs. That's what Ty Simpson's going to be. So that lays out a little ground for who all is right there in Tuscaloosa right now, competing for the job. And Nick Saban has said that the job will not be secure by any one of the three till, of course, the Middle Tennessee State game is going to come, and after that game, they're probably still not going to have a starter. So, Derek, what is your opinion on this? Who do you think is going to end up pulling out of this?
I don't know, but I've looked it up in case they've sent it and said who is the starting quarterback. And I did see they've narrowed it down to Jalen Milroe and Ty Simpson. So there's things about Milroe I like, and I would like to see him as the starting quarterback. And you can tell I'm a big Auburn fan. So, but my whole family is a Alabama family, pretty much. Not just in my house, but in my house, everybody's Auburn fan. But outside of my house, they are diehard Alabama fans. Me and my dad are the only Auburn fans. So you can tell that I have to be around it. So I would probably like to see Milroe in it, just because I was able to see how Milroe competed last year, and I could tell he's a pretty good quarterback. And now, since Bryce Young has not been there, he's probably had more attention from the coaching staff, because ever since Bryce Young was there, nobody else had a chance to be the quarterback, because he was the main guy, straight go-to.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's about time for us to start in our section, I believe.
Yep. So, of course, we will discuss this more in depth later with Alabama's starting quarterback. But, of course, our next question is still got to do with Alabama, but we got to ask, because Tennessee did beat Alabama for the first time in basically the only time I actually remember as being alive, because I was like 1 year old when Tennessee last beat Alabama. So that tells you how long ago this was. So Tennessee, of course, they returned Joe Milton, who came into the Orange Bowl. And of course, the bowl games, I hate to say it, but if it's not the college football playoff, then the bowl games have really lost its value. So the thing is that will Joe Milton, is he going to put up the same numbers as Hendon Hooker did, or is he going to be a little bit more like what we saw at Michigan? He has the big arm, but he's not accurate. So here's the thing is, I feel like the success depends on Joe Milton. And if Joe Milton is not what everybody's building him up to be, then Tennessee's not going to beat Alabama. But if he can, then it's going to be a game. I mean, what do you think about that?
I can't tell. I just know that they lost two people, Hendon Hooker, as you said, and also Jalen Hyatt. And Hyatt scored 3 or 4 touchdowns. I cannot remember how many, but he contributed a lot in the last year against Alabama. So I believe this year they're playing against Alabama in Alabama, but at Alabama, but I cannot remember. So, and I remember last year, it was funny, the fans tore down the goalpost and threw it into the Tennessee River. So, It was real funny, I thought, because like it's an old school thing. Usually, every time a team wins unexpectedly, they just tear it down. And I don't know when the last time somebody tore down the goalpost.
Yeah. And it
And
normally
last time
happens.
I saw, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say most of the time, well, what we've seen over the last probably 10 years with Saban being at Alabama, most of the time it's when Bama goes into places and Alabama gets beat. That's when people storm the field or, tear the, when they tear the goalpost down. That's most of the time when you see it happen. So, of course, like you said, Jalen Hyatt. Now that's something I feel like people are not really paying attention to. Is because yes, you lost Hendon Hooker, but also Jalen Hyatt was just incredibly, great for them last season. And like you said, he put up like incredible numbers against Alabama, putting up like I believe it's 4 touchdowns. But and that's the thing that really amazes me is that they still. I mean, you look at the receivers; they got Squirrel White, and then you got Brew McCoy. Now, Brew McCoy was I believe he was actually hurt maybe a couple weeks before the Alabama game last season, and he was like the top receiver, I believe, at one point. And then he, of course, with the injury, probably went down a little bit. And then you got Dante Thornton, who is a transfer from Oregon. And Oregon, if you remember, last year had an incredible offense with Bo Nix. And of course, they are Oregon's offensive coordinator, Kenny Dillingham, last season. So there's still a lot of upside for Tennessee, but it will be interesting just to watch them on the field this season. Can they be competitive with Alabama? There's a lot to be seen, but I mean, like you said, Jalen Hyatt, that's a big loss. And so I think the biggest loss, in my opinion, is Hendon Hooker. I mean, because without Hendon Hooker, I don't know what Joe Milton's actually going to do. So that'll be interesting to see. So, of course, we'll figure that out. So, of course, we've got 2 more questions, and then we got 3 game picks to get to a little bit later in the show. So, our first question, and then we have our last question. Who coached the 1957 Auburn National Championship team? So, and this is something I thought was really cool. So, basically the question, like I said, who coached the 1957 Auburn National Championship team? And do you have anything to add on that question right there?
No, but I can say it was not Gene Chizik. Gene Chizik won the 2010 national championship. So that narrows it down a little bit by one coach.
Okay. And then here we go. This one, again, is going to be, you're going to have to dig a little bit for this answer. So we'll let you have, just comment below in the comment section what you think the answer is. And we will, of course, announce at the end of college football wraparound what the answers were. So, what team did Alabama beat to win their first national championship? Now, you may be thinking, because you may be a person who has watched Bama only for the last, maybe 10 to 15 years. You may be thinking, oh, you're looking at 2009 Texas. Nope. You're going to have to go way back. So,
Yep.
and even farther back than Bear Bryant. So,
Yep, and I want to add to that, actually, to all these questions, please do not go looking it up online because I've spent a lot of work into it trying to find good questions. So it's kind of spoiling it in case you go looking it up online.
yep. So, that's all of our questions. And then we've got some game picks that have to do with SEC games that are coming up not only today, but Thursday night. So, of course, when it's always the first week of college football, it's incredible because not only do you get week 0 games, and you don't always get SEC games on week 0, but we luckily do for the second straight year with Vanderbilt. And then for only as far as, we've got a Thursday night, well, 2 Thursday night games I don't remember the last time the SEC had 2 Thursday night games on Labor Day weekend. So, I mean, this is actually something I haven't seen in a long time. But anywho, you got Florida and Utah on that Thursday night, and then you got South Dakota and Missouri. So we're gonna start out with, of course, we're gonna start out with South Dakota at Missouri because it's more of a game most should know who's going to win. But of course, you never know what could happen because this is college football. Any given Saturday, anything can happen, even though that's a Thursday night game. So, Derek, I'm going to let you go first. Who's winning, South Dakota or Missouri?
I'm going to say a big Missouri. Do not see South Dakota winning, so I'm going to blur out a score that might not be accurate. I'm going to say about 42-7. Missouri up.
Okay. I'm going to go Missouri as well. I think now the big question, I believe, is because from what I believe, I think Missouri had a little bit of a quarterback. Like, I think from what I saw, they're going to plan on playing both. And they may be playing both quarterbacks. I'd have to go back and look it up. Either way, I think I'm going to go with you. I think Missouri wins the game pretty soundly. You said 42-7. I'm going to say 49-0 because I think I don't know if South Dakota will get on the board. Of course, they're an FCS school, which one thing I do have to say about all these, analysts on TV who say, "Oh, these schedules these teams play are terrible." When you look at the SEC and you look at their out of conference, and it's just like, Sun Belt, and then FCS school. Here's one thing you got to remember as an analyst, and you got to look at their schedule and really realize is that when you play in the SEC, you play good competition in conference. Like every game you're going to play, you're playing a good team. So my thing with these analysts coming out and saying, "Oh, these are terrible schedules," like Georgia, for instance, like they should win all their games. Yes, they should, but they're not going to be easy. So here's my thing: is when you play in a league like the SEC, you got good games every single week in your conference. So you should be able to play UAB, South Dakota, Hawaii. You should be able to play those games because it's more of a, it's not so bad. Plus, if you play a team like South Dakota, people forget this, but some of these teams actually play for a little bit of a paycheck, and it goes to their school so they can, support these programs. So, it's a good thing to have South Dakota at Missouri just because these schools like South Dakota have a chance to actually continue with the athletics and get better and compete better. So that's the one thing I think a lot of analysts on TV forget, And Derek, I don't know would you agree with me on that?
Yes, and it's very helpful for them to keep up the athletic curriculum, like I said, like you said. And also, the reason why I didn't say nothing to nothing was because you rarely ever see a shutout. And the only times you see a shutout is usually whenever you're a national championship team or you're going against somebody super bad.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I'm guessing Missouri's playing at Missouri.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's at Missouri.
So, you got home field advantage. South Dakota, like you said, is that team and was in that league, and the SEC, like you said, has a very good teams in it. Like you got Georgia, Alabama, LSU, Tennessee, Auburn. Like you might not count Auburn as the best, but they are up there in case you're including all the teams.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, of course, that is our predictions for Missouri and South Dakota. So, we have two more games to get to. So, the next one I want to get to is the game coming up later tonight at 6:30 on the SEC network, Hawaii at Vanderbilt. Now, this game last year, Vanderbilt. Now, here's the sad thing about Vanderbilt. We thought this game would actually come down to the last game, like last play. Vanderbilt blew Hawaii out of the water in this game last year. So, do you see something similar to that, or do you think there's going to be a close game between the two? Who's winning, Hawaii or Vandy?
I'm saying the Big Vanderbilt again because I just think Vanderbilt is the better team. They have better competitions, everything. They're in the SEC for a reason. So Vanderbilt, and I don't see it being like a 62 to 10. So I don't see that. I see more 50 to 17. Vanderbilt win because
Okay.
I don't see another shutout, and I feel like Hawaii will get a few points ahead. Few points.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go with Vandy as well. I will say I don't know if Vandy's going to put up as much as 50, in my opinion. I think they'll win it probably 34-7. I think I like that score for the game because I don't know if they're going to put up 63 like they did last year against Hawaii. I mean, that was when I woke up Sunday morning last year and saw that score. I was like, oh, wow, that's incredible. Especially since the game was
I
at
agree with
Hawaii.
you.
Yeah, since the game was at Hawaii as well last year, that was a real that was a shocker. So it's
Yeah,
incredible
very
to
much since
see.
it's at Hawaii.
Mhm. So of course, that's our picks. We both pick Vanderbilt. Of course, he picks 50-17 Vanderbilt. I pick 34-7. So that's Vanderbilt and Hawaii. And now our top game for SEC matchups is Florida at Utah. Now, here is the big thing. Florida, their starting quarterback, is a transfer from Wisconsin. You may know him, Graham Mertz. Now, he played good enough football for Wisconsin, but it was not great. So, there's a little, about the quarterback. Graham Mertz played at Wisconsin. And of course, either way. And then Utah. Now, here's the big question, and that is Cam Rising, the guy who has played incredible football at quarterback for Utah over the last few years. He is hurt. Now, his status for the game against Florida is up in the air right now. So, we don't know what's going to happen, whether Florida, whether he can go against Florida or not. So, I plan on calling this game, so I'm going to not pick this game because, for the sake of being non-biased while doing the broadcast Thursday night, if I do it, then, don't want to have, someone going in with the team I already want to win. So, Derek, who wins, Florida or Utah?
This is a very hard decision for me. I'm saying it's going to be Utah. I'm saying it's going to be a real close game. I'm saying 21-24 Utah. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. So I just feel Utah is the better team. Florida, they've been on a slump kind of this year, the last few years. The last year they had a good one was whenever it was they had a chance to go to the SEC championship against Alabama. So I'm saying Utah because I just feel like they're the better team, and I believe they will come out on top.
All right. And so that is our game picks. So college football wraparound is just coming up next. So you got more college football that I'll be talking. And Derek, I want to thank you for coming on and talking some SEC football. And we will be back soon with another edition of SEC Wraparound. So for Derek Sanford, I'm Cooper Naylor. All right, everybody. Welcome to College Football Wraparound here on this first Saturday of the college football season. I'm Cooper Naylor. I am so glad that you are able to join us. And on our new expanded Saturday schedule, it always begins with SEC Wraparound. Well, sometimes we'll start with SEC Wraparound. As far as the other days, we are still trying to work that out. So we are working consistently trying to make this pregame show the best that it can be. So thank y'all for tuning in. So this is the beginning of the new season. And we got to ask because, Clemson coming in with a new starting quarterback, can Kate Klubnik lead Clemson back to the college football playoff? It's totally possible that Clemson will have a chance, but I'm still trying to figure out, is he really going to be incredible for them, or because they want him to be more like the Trevor Lawrence style quarterback. And so I don't know if he can be Trevor Lawrence, but he can certainly play good enough at quarterback to get them where they want to go. Now, getting to the playoff they've got a lot of teams they've got to hope don't play as good as what people are expecting. For once, I think Texas is going to Clemson is going to have to beat Texas if both teams get to the playoff. That's the type situation. Texas is really good, so Clemson's got to hope they don't make it to the playoff. You got Florida State. You got to beat Florida State potentially twice just to get to the playoff. So that'll be an interesting scenario. And then, I don't know if there's really, Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan. This is really the season where if there's going to be a bunch of upsets and if there's going to be a chance for any team at any time to win, this is the season that we're going to see it happen. So that I have no doubt in my mind. This is definitely a big season when it comes to college football. Plus, this is the last season of the 4-team playoff. The last season before Oklahoma and Texas depart for the SEC, and you got USC, UCLA, Washington, and Oregon go to the Big Ten. You have all Utah, Arizona State, and Colorado go to the Big 12. This is a big season for those who are waiting to see, can they actually make the case to be in the playoff? And in just true fashion of it being the final of a the final time we see this in a generation or whatever it may be, it's coming down to a really great, epic story. So, can Cade Klubnik lead Clemson back to the college football playoff? I'm uncertain right now. Very uncertain about whether he can or not. And then, can Devin Leary lead Kentucky to the SEC championship game? I'm going to say no, and here's why. Because I don't see Kentucky really being this good, because it's hard for me to think of Kentucky and beating Tennessee and Georgia. Because, I mean, in the East, that's two of your biggest obstacles. Plus, you got South Carolina, which I think you're still going to have to go to South. I mean, you'll have to beat South Carolina to get to the playoff. I mean, not the playoff, but the SEC championship game. So Kentucky, to me, has got a lot of hurdles, and I don't know if they're going to be able to get past that. So I am going to say no. I don't think Devin Leary can lead Kentucky to the SEC championship game. Is Michael Penix Jr. a Heisman contender? Yes. He's definitely good enough. Now, will he be in New York on December 9th? I don't think so, because I think there's a lot of other players that'll be ahead of him. Quinn Ewers, for one, I think will be up there. I think Kool-Aid McKinstry from Alabama, he's gonna have a great season. I think he will. I think he'll be up there. And then there's a bunch of other people that I think have a chance, but I don't think it's going to be Michael Penix Jr. Now, Washington has got they're playing in the Pac-12, so they've got a pretty tough schedule when you think of the Pac-12's been pretty good at football for the last couple of years. So that'll be interesting to see that if he can consistently play really good football, which I think he can. I mean, going back to his days at Indiana, he was a great quarterback. And they actually, back during the COVID season, had a chance to beat Ohio State in Ohio State. So, I mean, that just goes to show how good he is. So, it'll be interesting to see if he can potentially get himself in New York. I say not at the moment, but we'll see what happens. All right. Is Travis Hunter ready for Pac-12 play? I don't know. That's really a good question, because just like Dion, his son, his son Shadur Sanders is going to be playing quarterback for Colorado this season, and Travis Hunter, of course, comes with them from Jackson State. I don't know if he will really be incredible for Colorado this season. Plus, Colorado, there's so many questions. I mean, are they really going to play as good as what everybody's, putting them up there to be? That's the big question. And so I think Travis Hunter will be a good player, but I don't know if he's going to be he's going to have this super incredible season that everybody expects him to have. I just don't know if that's going to happen. So I would go with a no at the moment. I don't know if he's really ready for Pac-12 play, but he certainly has time. So we'll see what happens. And then the running back out of Ole Miss, will Quinshon Judkins lead the country in rushing? He really could. Now, this season, I think he's going to have to compete with this is one of Alabama's many running backs, because Alabama's got probably the deepest running back room of any team, in my opinion. So Quinshon Judkins definitely could really compete with all the other guys who are running backs in college football. But ultimately, will he lead the country in rushing? I think it's possible. I really do think it's possible you could see him lead the country in rushing. So we'll see what happens. But Quinshawn Judkins definitely has a chance to lead the country in rushing. So another question is Jeff Sims the answer at quarterback for Nebraska? Um, and see, this is the thing is like there's a lot of potential for him, especially going back to watching him at Georgia Tech. He, I mean, he's more of a athletic guy, not really I don't know how good of a passing quarterback he is, and I mean, especially now you got Matt Rule as your head coach. And really, that week 2 game with Nebraska and Colorado is going to be big just to see just more about because just like with Travis Hunter, it's going to be a lot of question time with the two teams, and I mean it'll be a good opportunity to see what these teams are going to be. So, is Jeff Sims the answer at quarterback for Nebraska? He could be. I'm not sure yet. I'm just it's more or less because this season is more or less a lot of it is we have to see it before we really believe it kind of thing. And so, like I said, until I see it, I don't know yet. And that's what I got a lot of this stuff. Will Frank Gore Jr. lead the group of 5 in rushing? Possibly. He's probably the best running back in the group of 5 right now. And I mean, I'll real quickly get some stats pulled up just so that you at home could see what he is capable of. I mean, of course, his father was a really good running back in the NFL. So, I mean, he's got that background, just like Marvin Harrison Jr. at Ohio State. He's got the ties to the NFL because of their father. And I think it can be good to have that, but also at the same time, it may not be good. So, and of course, he's playing at Southern Miss. So I'm going to quickly try to get some stats pulled up on him. So, I mean, for instance, in the bowl game last year against Rice, he ran for 328 yards against Rice. So, and that's the kind of competition he's going to be playing. So, I'm going to say yes to this one. I think he will lead the group of 5 in rushing. That's incredible. So, I think he will lead the group of 5 in rushing. And then our last question before I go into a question and answers time, is Quinn Ewers Heisman caliber? Yes, he definitely is. If you go back and watch how he played against Alabama, before he got hurt, that was the kind of stuff everybody was excited to see out of him. And that is just the ability to make plays. And just like in the 2009 game and last year's game between Alabama and Texas, it's so similar. Because if the starting quarterback for Texas in both games does not get hurt, then there's a chance Texas would have won both of those games. So I think Quinn Ewers is definitely a Heisman caliber quarterback, and it'll show during the next part of the season. I mean, this season, I think we'll see a really great player in Quinn Ewers. So he is definitely Heisman caliber. All right, and now we are getting to a point in the show where I want to get some questions from y'all, the viewers, on some college football stuff. What is your opinion? Do you think that there's a chance give me any kind of question that you may have about anything regarding college football. I'm open to answering any of your questions. So just put it in the chat below and I will definitely see it. So if you have anything, just put it in the chat. And of course, we're going to do this Q&A time until about 108. And then I've got more on conference realignment. So we will get to that. And then the answers to the trivia questions, of course, are coming a little bit later in the show as well. So Brittany Sanford asked me, "Are you an Auburn fan?" Let me say this. Being on this show, I try not to be biased, so that would be something I would rather root for Alabama. I hate to say that. So, that's the only thing I will mention about being biased here on my channel, and I hate to be biased. So, of course, we have more. Put in more questions. I will be answering them until about 108. So, if you have any questions regarding college football, please, put it in the chat. I will definitely answer it. And then at a little bit later in the show, like I said, we'll be answering the trivia questions, and then we got some game picks for every game coming up today. So that'll be interesting. So you'll want to stick around for that. I might possibly have somebody coming on to be a guest picker, but we'll see what happens with that, because we'll see. So, of course, if you have any more questions, please put that in the chat. There's a lot of things you can ask me when it comes to college football. I'm happy to answer it. So, and also I want to mention that this new studio set I'm sitting in is also part of my new studio. It's nice. So for some Saturdays where it's going to be where I have college football wraparound, and then you have a game that leads right into it, I'll be right here for college football wraparound, and then I'll go back to my other set and where I have my so-called broadcast booth, and that is where I will do the broadcasting of the games. And of course, today's game is Notre Dame and Navy. It's probably the best game on this weekend. So, of course, I am excited for this one. So, if you have a question about Notre Dame and Navy, you can put that in the chat as well. And I will, and just like I did with Brittany's question, I will put it right there on the screen for you to see what the question is. And so I am happy to answer any kind of questions regarding college football. So, we will see what y'all have. So, also, like, to give y'all some, if you have anything else you want to talk about, conference realignment. That is a big topic. So you can ask anything about that. And then also, if you want some hints to trivia questions, if I can possibly give you some hints that would help you, I can do that. So, of course, a lot you can ask me here for Q&A time. And I may cut it a little bit short just to get to conference realignment talk. So we will see what you have to ask. And then going back and looking at some of the questions, like as far as answers, interesting answers we have so far. for the questions. So we'll see if y'all are right or wrong on these. It'll really be interesting. All right. And we have a question. This comes from Colton Naylor. Will Brian Harsin be hired this year? Quite possibly, I think he could. I just hate to say it though. I feel like going to Auburn was it was not the right fit for him. I feel like it was a lot of he took the job based off of it being a Power 5 school, and then he got there and he's like, oh, this was not the right place. And so that was just the disconnect I saw from Brian Harsin and Auburn. It never worked out. So, all right. Is Oklahoma going to win the Big 12 this season? I say no. This year is Texas' year. And if I believe correctly, I think that Texas won the first Big 12 championship back years ago. Well, of sorts, Big 12 championship, of course, being first place. And that's how it ended up because that's how it used to be before you had conference championship games. So Texas won the first one, if I remember correctly. And so they could go out winning again. So, I mean, I think it's going to be Texas. And then, what is the chances of Pat Fitzgerald being hired? And let me see, what's the other part of this question? I gotta real quick. And why? Actually, he has gotten hired. I read that he has taken a job at a local high school where his kids play. And so that is the reasoning behind him being able to coach at this high school. It's because he's got kids that go to this high school. And so this is why he's coaching in the high school level right about now. So, we got a couple more. Will Caleb Williams win the Heisman again? No. There's been only one player that's gone back-to-back Heisman, and Caleb Williams will not be the second. I'm sorry. Quinn Ewers has got a better chance. And then, is Nick Saban your favorite coach? For the sake of being biased, I'm not going to answer that. So, thanks for your question, but I can't answer that. Would Tim Tebow be a good coach if ever hired? Honestly, I think he could. I mean, I'll be honest. If I ever played football and if Tim Tebow was coaching somewhere that I would be able to play, I think I'd go play for him because I think he's a great coach. I mean, I think he'd be a great coach and he's a great motivator. So, who will then, as far as Heisman? Quinn Ewers, I think, will win the Heisman this season. So, will Auburn have a winning season? I think 7-5 is definitely accurate for them. And then I've got two questions from Colton Naylor. One is, who is your favorite Spice Girl? And then, what is your favorite Taylor Swift album? Let me answer this right now and say that I don't like either of them, so I can't answer that. And so, actually, that's in good timing, though, because I do have to move on to, we're going to talk a little bit about conference realignment and what's been going on with that. Now, if you have been keeping up, you would see where there has been a lot more movement when it comes to the ACC and whether or not they are actually going to try to add or not any teams to the conference. They've come to the consensus that they don't really want to add. But see, Stanford and Cal, they've come out and said they would go to the ACC for nothing. Literally no pay, just to go to a Power 5 conference. And then SMU is being thrown in there as well, which I don't understand why the three of them, like the three schools, I don't understand it whatsoever. Why, you know, why they would want to go to the ACC? It makes no sense to me. So, and I mean, it's only for keeping Power 5 status. Let's be honest about that. So, I don't like seeing this. And then what would happen then to Oregon State and Washington State is basically they're just left with the American or the Mountain West, the two of them. So I just can't get on board with the idea of you have Stanford and Cal and SMU trying to get on board with the ACC. I don't like it just because the ACC clearly says Atlantic Coast Conference, and then you've got teams in the Pacific, and then you got a team in Texas. And I mean, if you're going for a media market, I guess it makes sense, but I mean, I feel like it's stupid. And I mean, a lot of this has been about money, but then if it's true that these schools would go for nothing, that's ridiculous. And plus, you're going to have to go cross country like that. That's crazy. In a world where I mean, you've got UCLA and USC that announced just the two of them would be going over to the Big Ten back last summer. But now you've got Oregon and Washington going with them. It makes more sense now because they've kind of got what you would call a hub there in the West, So, I mean, it's not like, oh, look at this. We're going to have to go cross country all but one time when playing conference matchups as far as road games. So this is ridiculous to me. And quite honestly, I don't want it to happen just because, and I mean, the regionality of the sport has really been like diminished. So, I really don't know what to think on this as far as realignment. All I know is I really hope that at some point that this kind of ends. So I got a little bit of time. I had planned out to talk a little bit more about realignment, but of course there's not a lot left with it. It's just kind of like sitting here and waiting to see what happens. So I do want to answer one of these questions from Brittany Sanford saying, who do you think will be the best team this year? I'm going to say it in the way of who I think is going to win the championship. I think Alabama will eventually win the championship, so I'm going to go Alabama as the best team because I feel like the run game is just going to be unstoppable. And then also with that, and the thing is, I feel like the people who sit there and criticize Alabama have to remember that if you go back in the history of Nick Saban being the head coach of Alabama, they have had a lot of opportunities where they've been criticized. People say, oh, the dynasty's over. And then they go out and they basically just embarrass everybody in the media and go just obliterate every team and then go and win the national championship. That is what I feel like we're going to see from Alabama because I feel like, and it goes back to that saying of got some interesting comments coming in. Either way, when you come back to how Alabama's done, I feel like Bama has the best chance to win. And so Bama will win this. in the end. So, right now, and of course, I've got a dog on the loose with some food. I don't understand why, but get this situated here in a second. Either way. Oh, also, if y'all didn't already know this, dogs can be crazy when it comes to getting food. Very food motivated animals. So I mean, yeah, very interesting pet I've got here walking around. Either way, so we got the answers to the trivia questions. And I do want to acknowledge them. So I'm going to give you, because I had it scheduled for 117 to announce the answers. So I do want to give those who have some answers to it, answers to the questions. I'm going to give y'all about 2 minutes to have a chance to answer the questions, and I will go and I'll go through them again just to let y'all know, because it has been a little bit, and dog makes an appearance on college football wraparound. So nice. All right. So first question we had was, who did Auburn beat in their first ever game? So if you have an answer to that, you can put that in the chat right now if you want to. So, and I'll be answering this here in just a minute. The next question is, what was Bear Bryant's middle name? What was Bear Bryant's middle name? That is our next question. And then, other than the Tigers, what was Auburn called? And then after that, how many players at Alabama while Bear Bryant was coach won the Heisman? Who coached the Auburn 1957 national championship team? And then, who did Alabama beat in Alabama's first ever national championship? So, I got a couple more answers to this. So, I'm going to go ahead and acknowledge the ones that were right. So, the first one I'm going to mention is, I'm going to go way back to the beginning. And got to go here recently. All right. So our first one comes from Brittany Sanford. Ralph Shug Jordan. Yes, that is who won. That was who coached Auburn during their first ever national championship in 1957. And Chris Naylor got it as well with Shug Jordan. Just want to show that here on screen. So, of course, the dogs are making a lot of appearances today. So, the next one, William is Barry Bryant's middle name. So that's an interesting one right there. And then, who did Bama beat in the first title? Washington. Yep. So, and then as far as how many players at Alabama won the Heisman, it was none. So, and then I'm gonna look at this one. This is an interesting one. Comment below what you think I should do, because Auburn's only been called the Tigers. So actually that's wrong. Oh goodness, I am crazy because I put that up there. Now either way, never mind on that. So those are the answers to today's questions. Also, for the other ones that were not answered, Auburn's first win came against Georgia. And then Auburn was always called Tigers. So those were the ones that were, that's the ones that y'all got wrong. So I thought a pretty good show as far as the trivia questions. And of course, we'll be back with more with those SEC wraparound questions later. So now it is time for game picks. And I don't know if my guests may join me today, but Setting up our game picks for today, we're going to have Mercer and UNA, Jackson State against SC State, UMass and New Mexico State, UTEP Jacksonville State, FIU Louisiana Tech, Ohio and San Diego State, San Jose State and USC, Hawaii and Vandy. And then if my guest picker comes on, then Notre Dame and Navy. So I'll give about a minute to see if my guest picker may come on. If not, I'll go ahead with the game picks because of course, here in a few minutes after college football wraparound, I do want to mention that stick around because Notre Dame and Navy is coming up here on Savor Broadcast Network. I'm going to be on the call in the other studio, so you want to stay tuned for that. It's going to be awesome. So we will see what happens today in the college football games. So I'll give maybe a few more seconds. But so the first game we're gonna pick today is Mercer and UNA. So that's our first game we will pick. It'll be interesting to see what happens in this one. This is an FCS game. So it's one that this will be probably like one of the only times we see them on TV. So I got my guest picker joining me. So let me real quickly turn this microphone on because that was another addition to us. So and then so he should be on. I'm just going to flip the camera around where you can see him.
Are we on?
You should be on.
Am I on?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. All right, Kirby. Good to join you.
Yeah. All right. So our first game is Mercer and UNA. Who do you see winning this game?
Well, I'm gonna have to go UNA. I'm going to home team. I know they're playing Montgomery, but it's UNA. Go to Alabama.
I'd agree with you. I think UNA will win the game. They're playing at Montgomery, like you said. So definitely going to go with UNA. So our next one is Jackson State and South Carolina State. So we're going ahead and getting the games that are from the FCS out of the way here at the beginning. So the big storyline I see from this game, though, is it's Jackson State's first game without Deion Sanders being the head coach for the first time in a couple years. True. So what do you see happening in this game and who wins?
It'd be really interesting because a lot of guys from Jackson State did leave, but they still had a good team. I'll still go with them.
I think I will say this for my prediction. I think maybe the loss of Deion Sanders the first game, of course, is going to be different for them. And so I'm going to go South Carolina State in this game just because I feel like maybe with the loss of Deion Sanders, they're going to come out, not play as good football. And so it'll be a different setting for them. So I'm going to go South Carolina State.
Okay.
All right. Our next one is UMass at New Mexico State. That's coming up a little bit later tonight. So, and of course, UMass still is independent. And this will be New Mexico State's first year in the Conference USA. So what do you see happening in this one?
Well, obviously, I'm not too interested in this one, but it being football, I'm going to watch. But I would probably go New Mexico State being at home.
Yeah, I'm going to go New Mexico State as well. I mean, they're at home, and this is the first one we're picking that's not a neutral site game. So that makes a big difference being at home and in front of your own crowd. So I think, especially with it being a week 1 game, week 0 game, I think New Mexico State wins. All right. Our next one's UTEP at Jacksonville State. UTEP, of course, has been in the Conference USA for a while now, but it's Jacksonville State's first year coming up from the FCS. So who do you see winning the game?
Well, I mean, there again, Jacksonville State has Bruce Rod coaching them. And being down here at home, I'm going to go Jacksonville State as an upset.
Okay. I'm going to go UTEP just because of the fact that the Jacksonville State just came up from the FCS. I feel like the intensity level is going to be something that Jacksonville State's going to have to get used to. So I'm going to go UTEP in this game. I feel like they're just the better team.
Okay.
All right. And then our next one is FIU and Louisiana Tech. It's going to be the nightcap tonight. So who do you see winning this one?
Well, there again, not really I don't know much about these two, but I would probably go Louisiana Tech. You've had a pretty good program the last several years. Skip Holtz there for a while, won well with them. I'll go Louisiana Tech.
I'm going to agree with you. I think Louisiana Tech will win the game. And, I mean, they're playing at home. So, I mean, that's a big thing, too. So, I'll go Louisiana Tech. And then here's one at least I think is an interesting game tonight. Ohio and San Diego State is a really interesting one. It's because Ohio has been one of the best teams in the MAC for the last few years.
True.
And then San Diego State's an interesting team. Of course, with Brady Hoke being their head coach, it's really interesting. So who do you see winning this one?
I'm going to go San Diego State. I think there's a lot of pressure on them because they've pushed to be in the Pac-12. They keep talking about wanting to change conference. I think there's a lot of pressure on them, but I'm going to go San Diego State.
I'm going to go – I think I'll agree with you. San Diego State, I think, is the better team. And so – and like you said, there's a lot of pressure from, because they've made the comments. And people, I think, in the Mountain West, I think Mountain West people want to see them lose to Ohio. So I feel like just because of that, it'll be a motivator for them, and they'll go out there and play good football and win the game. Our next one, this one I think we'll probably agree on this one. San Jose State and USC. Now, of course, Caleb Williams, Heisman-winning quarterback from last season, is coming back. So what do you think on this game?
I think it's going to be a blowout. I think USC is going to beat them pretty bad. I think Caleb Williams is going to make a statement. There's a chance USC's defense needs to make a statement. Are they going to be for real? How are they going to look this year? I say a 40, 50-point blowout. I say it bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to go USC as well. I think, like you said, it's more or less what kind of defense are they going to have? Because, I mean, when Lincoln Riley came over as a head coach, and then they had Alex Grinch come over as the defensive coordinator, everybody was talking about, that's the greatest hire ever as the defensive coordinator, even though he's at Oklahoma. And let's be honest, it was kind of still mid-level defense, not really that great defense with Alex Grinch. So, I mean, that's the thing I want to, just like you said, what does the defense look like?
True.
And just because I feel like there's still pressure on the defense, I could see this being like a 59-14 game just because even though it's San Jose State, I still could see them allowing a couple of points with the pressure the defense has got. So our next one is Hawaii and Vandy. This one is coming up tonight. And I'll let you pick this because I picked this during SEC wraparound. So what is your choice on this one?
Well, I mean, it goes Hawaii. I'm still going to SEC. Go Vandy. Play at home. They first have a good quarterback. They could be a bowl team this year. So I'm going Vandy. For them to make a bowl, they have to win this one.
I agree. And then our last one coming up here in a few minutes. And I will not pick this because I'll be calling the game, trying to be unbiased on this. So Notre Dame and Navy, who do you have winning?
Well, as I said, it's going to be Notre Dame. I don't like them, but I'm interested in what Sam Hartman looks like. Playing with better talent, better team around him. I think this could be a Heisman sleeper. Mm-hmm. I think he's that good. I think this could be – it may be close to begin. I think Notre Dame pulls away at the end, though.
All right, and there you have it. That's our game picks. And coming up here in just a few minutes, the broadcast of Notre Dame and Navy. So we will be back in just a few minutes. I'm of course excited for that here on the channel. And just a lot to get to. Some players to really watch for today, and Jack really covered as far as Notre Dame, and that's Sam Hartman. I mean, we all want to see how is Sam Hartman actually going to do, because you know, and I think he hit it on the head with the prediction of, they could win the like he could be a sleeper for the Heisman. Really could. So he really hit it on the head right there. And then if you saw my thumbnail, Colin Ramos, the linebacker from Navy, and just to give you a little bit of a look back at him, he had 9 tackles in 21. He's got 79 tackles, it looks like, over his career. So this is definitely a guy who could be really good. So that's the matchup I'm ready to see today. What is it going to look like having Sam Hartman versus Colin Ramos? That's going to be interesting. Of course, Notre Dame, they've got the team to go to the college football playoff. I mean, you got Sam Hartman at quarterback, like we've said. Audric Estime, the running back, he's really good. Of course, wide receivers, they got Jaden Thomas and Tobias Merriweather. Dion Colsey, Jaden Greathouse. And I mean, they should be a pretty decent wide receiver group here today. So, what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to share where I've got a scoreboard here for you today. And this is one of my favorite parts about what I've been able to bring. Look at that. I have improved on this as far as it comes to scoreboards, folks. I am so excited for it. So there is your scoreboard. Navy and Notre Dame, folks. This is exciting, to be honest with you. I'm excited. And then also you got to mention the new head coach at Navy, Brian Newberry. Of course, he's been the defensive coordinator at Navy for the last 4 seasons. He takes over for a guy, Kenya Matololo, who's the head coach for the last 15 years. So big shoes to fill. And of course, coming against Notre Dame, that's going to be interesting to see here today. And we will see here shortly the coin toss, how it will go, who will have the football to begin the half. And looking at it, it looks like Notre Dame is playing as the home team. So here we go with college football here on Savor Broadcast Network. And of course, Sam Hartman's out there getting ready to go. And Notre Dame, this is an interesting game, folks. And then here comes Navy wearing road jerseys. So Notre Dame home squad, Navy road. So we've got a great game here for you. So, of course, like I said, very excited to be back. So, players running out on the field right now as they prepare. And while they prepare, we are going to take a short little break, and we'll be back at the beginning of the game. So, keep it here. Here we go. Welcome back from the break. And here we go. It's college football season 2023, and it is about underway, folks. And I can't tell you how excited I am for this season to kick off, and we're about to see it. Oh, how we wish we could probably be there in Dublin right now. 58 degrees, folks. Even though it's a little rainy there, 58 degrees. I think I'd take that right now because here in home it is about 100. Not fun weather at all to deal with what we've got here in Alabama, but it is what it is, folks. So it is about time to kick off the season. So I try to pull some stuff, pull the text up here. Either way, get that later. All right, folks, it's about time. As they are set and ready to kick the ball away, the kicker, number 6, Evan Warren for Navy, will be kicking it back for Notre Dame to receive. So starting with the football is going to be Notre Dame, and there is the kick. And this is taken back, bring it out for a couple of yards right there. And on the return was Notre Dame's number 3, and if I can find it real quick, so here comes Sam Hartman as I continue trying to find that returner for you, just so that all right. So here we go. A little bit of motion right there from Notre Dame. Here's the handoff going to Audric Estime, and he will pick up a few yards. That's going to be a first down for Notre Dame. And that was Audric Estime just cutting up the middle. Great. I mean, I think that was a pretty good, pretty decent offensive line right there. Just hard. I mean, just a little bit hard there. And he breaks a couple tackles as he picks up the first down. Just a great play right there. The first play of the season, folks. That's exciting. All right, he sends a receiver in motion. And here goes Sam Hartman looking. He throws it way down the field to number 83. This is... Oh, I got to Navy's. Goodness. That's number 83, Jaden Thomas with the catch. Another first down for Notre Dame. And a great play here. And he goes outside near the bench. Does Jaden Thomas. And just a great throw. Put right on the money. Right towards the Notre Dame sideline. Great play here. And here we go. Here's another handoff going to the running back, Audric Estime. And that one good enough probably to get to the line of scrimmage here. So looking at some starters for just like some great players coming out of this game. Audric Estime, the running back at Notre Dame, and of course Colin Ramos at Navy. That is some big time players in this game. So here we go. Sam Hartman has got Audric Estime to his left. Hartman's going to throw, and that'll be dropped. That was Tobias Merriweather right there. And it's going to be 3rd and 10. All right, folks. So here we go. 13 minutes to go. And they said, and they did show it is a little bit rainy there in Dublin, so that could be partly why the drop pass. Here goes Audric Estime. That is, I believe, it is a first down. Audric Estime, great running. And looking at this replay right here, it's just an easy carry, and the offensive line does a good job. Just really poor defense right there from Navy. And of course, Navy has a new head coach that's going to be part of it, but still a new, a familiar face with former defensive coordinator, now head coach Brian Newberry at Navy. So a little bit of a struggle here early. And another handoff. This goes to and that goes for a couple of yards, as I will get that player just here in a second. All right, here's another handoff. And that will nearly go for a first down. So, looking at who is number 3, Jybron Payne. I hate that I had to look that up. Had a little bit of trouble trying to find that in my book. Okay, he was number 13 but changed to 3. And here goes Estime again. Another first down for the Irish on 3rd and 1 right there. And we have a flag. That is a flag right there. So we will see what the call is. And it looks like a holding against Notre Dame. So they're going to replay the 3rd down. And so it looks like the holding is coming on number 88, Mitchell Evans. Of course, he's having to replace a really great tight end. That was let's see, Michael Mayer from last season. That was right. That's right. Forgot about that just for a second. Had to just look in my book real quick. But Michael Mayer was the tight end last season. Of course, that is a hard that's difficult trying to replace him. So here is 3rd and 12. Sam Hartman's going to toss it to Audric Estime. He's going to make a move. He's down the sidelines, and he will get to about the 20-yard line, but we got another flag on the play. So we will see what the call is here, but just great playing so far from Notre Dame. Here's the ref, and it looks like it's going to be on Navy. And it'll be declined. Still first down for Notre Dame. Great play there. Great play design. So, great play right there. And just, it looks like Navy just went with an all-out blitz and just got burned right there. And just easy capitalization there by Notre Dame. Here's the run from Jybron Payne. And that'll pick up a couple of yards right there. It's now 2nd down for the Irish. And so 5 minutes have gone by so far. Notre Dame just taking their time with the football, just trying to run some clock. And this is a great first game if you're Notre Dame, and they are making the most of it so far. Still no score, as Sam Hartman has his running back to his left. Sam Hartman looks. He's going to throw, and that'll be caught. That is number 0. His receiver number 0, if I can find. That is Deion Colsey right there. A little bit low, but great catch right there on the run like that. Wet grass, that's hard to come by. So Notre Dame in scoring position at about the 8-yard line. Sam Hartman takes the snap, going to hand it off to Audric Estime. Estime is going to make the move and get to about the 1. So Notre Dame is right there and ready to score a touchdown as just an easy drive so far. Just an easy drive so far for Notre Dame. I like what I'm seeing from Sam Hartman so far. Looks poised and really just playing good football so far on this first drive. And here's the snap, hands it to Audric Estime, and that is and should be a touchdown, Notre Dame. And like that, folks, you've got the first score of the 2023 season. Notre Dame touchdown. It's 6-0, folks. And just a nice opening. Offensive line doing a great job here in this game. And Audric Estime just capitalizes for Notre Dame. He soars right in for the score. It is 6-0 for the 13th best team, according to the AP poll. And here we go. The extra point is up and good for Notre Dame. It is 7-0. Folks, college football's back. We'll be right back as well in just a moment. And we are back here on Savor Broadcast Network. And so, a great drive right there by Notre Dame, folks. I mean, just easy going up the field, making just the right plays. And Sam Hartman on that drive, 3 for 4 for 48 yards, folks. He did a good job. The only incompletion was a drop. So that'll be a touchback right there as number 23. as that was a touchback right there for Navy. All right. So we got 8:26 to go in the first quarter. A lot of time taken up by that Notre Dame drive. It's interesting. What will we see right here on this drive from Navy? Of course, they are known for heavy run game. So, and here's Ty Lavatai as their starting quarterback. And here's the run. Nice run right there. And that's number 45, their tailback, Daba Fafana. Yes, folks. Maybe thinking, wait, what did he say? The name is Daba Fofana. That is their tailback. So that is who just ran the football for Navy. And here is Ty Lavatai. He's got two backs behind him. It's the option to Fofana. He's got the edge and a great run there. Great run for Fofana. And he got the outside edge. Great offensive line play so far here for Navy. And just a great option right there. Great play. And great, and I mean, it was a fake. They thought it was going to, they definitely thought it was going to someone else right there. But here's another handoff to Fofana, and he runs another first down for Navy. So Navy really establishing that ground game just like they want to, because they are a ground and pound kind of team. So just a great play right there. And he had a nice hole right there to go through. Nice play for Navy. All right, here's Ty Lavatai. Another handoff, and this time it is bottled up. That goes nowhere for Navy. It's going to be second down, and just a great play by the Notre Dame defense. That is there on the defense. Just a great play. Really great play. So last season against Notre Dame, Navy only carried the ball 18 times for 154 yards. Of course, last season they tried to implement a little bit more of the passing game. So it looks like we definitely see that they are definitely going back to more of a run style. So here is the handoff, and that goes for a few yards. That is number 46 for them. So I'll quickly try to find that for you. And of course, first game of the season, still learning things for each team. So here we go. A little bit of motion here for Navy. Here's the handoff. And that'll go for a few yards. That is number 24, Brandon Chapman. So that's a few yards there for Brandon Chapman. And he got a nice outside edge right there. So great play. Nice handoff. Just going for a few yards. So number 46 on Navy, as I get this for you, is Alex Tekza. Or probably Teka. I don't really know. He was 41, so that's what I was getting mixed up with. Ty Lavatai now throwing the football. That's a nice pass. Oh, but two players were going for it at the same time. Not a great play right there if you are one of those two. Kind of a sad play right there, as you had two players who thought, oh, that's my ball. Well, Kamari Williams is one of them, and the number 20 number 28, Amin Hassan. We'll be right back in just a moment, folks. All right. We are back, and they're on TV. They're showing a little clip of them getting some info on Dublin. Of course, Dublin. I mean, the Irish, Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. This is kind of what they're named for. Is they're the luck of the Irish, that kind of thing. So it's kind of cool seeing the Irish playing in Ireland. Pretty cool. And that's definitely why they did that. Of course, being played at Aviva Stadium there in Dublin, Ireland. So, great game so far. 7-0 Notre Dame football. As it was punted away, and I missed it. I'm sorry for that. So, here we have Sam Hartman and the Notre Dame offense coming back out. And he's got Audric Estime to his back. We got 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in the first quarter. Here we go. Sam Hartman takes a snap, hands it off to Audric Estime, who will get a couple yards, but then breaks free and loses the football. And it will go out of bounds. Notre Dame will retain possession. Now, this is part of the condition of the field, folks, is that it is a little wet out there. So it is a little bit more, it's easier for them to lose the football because it is going to be a slick ball. So really, but you got to credit Audric Estime. We thought he was down, and he made the best out of it. Spinning away, avoiding the tackle. Great play. Sam Hartman takes a snap, throws it. He's got his man. That is number 4. Receiver number 4. That is just a second. That is receiver number 4. Well, that's actually running back Chris Tyree. I'm sorry about that. It's a great play, though. So Chris Tyree, great catch right there. All right. Sam Hartman will hand it off. That is the running back, Jibran Payne, for a few yards. So right here we're seeing a little bit of what Notre Dame is wanting to do. They want to be a ground-centric team, it looks like. And then you've got Sam Hartman as quarterback who can throw the football. So great start here for Notre Dame. And this is a great way to start the season by playing somebody who you can kind of do a little bit more of a practice like thing in a way. I mean, not excusing Notre Dame, not saying not saying that Navy's a terrible team, but for Notre Dame, they're just a lot farther ahead than Navy. So here's the throw to the end zone is incomplete. Looking for Tobias Merriweather, but there's a flag out on the field. So we will see what the call is here. There is a flag on the play. And it looks like they are just going to pick it up. But a nice throw here from Sam Hartman. Just another drop. Well, not completely put on the right spot. Had to watch there for a second. A little bit behind Tobias Merriweather. So could have been a better placement, but either way, had a chance at a touchdown. And here we go again on 2nd and 10. Empty set for Sam Hartman all by himself. He now gets his running back inside. Now he's going to throw it. He's got his man. That is number 20, either 28 or 29. That is Matt Salerno, number 29. And just an easy play right there. So just an easy little route at the middle, wide open. It's just easy football right there. Just get the first, get close to a first down. It's 3rd and 1 right now for Notre Dame. As they've got the running back taking the snap. It's 3rd and 1. The little Wildcat, Jibran Payne, he gets the first down. Good play right there from Notre Dame. Jibran Payne with the Wildcat. And they sent Sam Hartman out wide to play as a receiver there for that last play. That's actually a nice setup. I like the setup of this play. And just an easy, just snap it straight to the back and pick up what is a first down for Notre Dame. Notre Dame's actually commanded the time of possession, going near 10 minutes with the football as he hands it off. And that's easy. Run for the score. Touchdown, Notre Dame. That's 6 more points for the Irish. So I try to get this to having a couple little technical difficulties right now, trying to get the scoreboard working. So, of course, 13-0 right now. And here is the kicker, Chris Salerno, as that is up and good for the Irish. It is 14-0. As we will be right back in just a moment. All right, we are back trying to get some stuff fixed with the scoreboard. Oh, all right. It is 14-0 Notre Dame right at the moment. There's the kickoff, and Navy has it back. So just a great drive right there again from the Irish. Jadarian Price was number 24, the running back, who ran it in for the score. So just a little heads up as to who was carrying the ball for the Irish. So 14-0 here with a minute left to go in the first quarter. And of course, this scoreboard here on the channel, as far as the down and the time, as far as what's going on, I have it off just a little bit as there is a run right there by number 24, Brandon Chapman of Navy. So it is Navy football right now. And the new offensive coordinator at Navy, Grant Chestnut, is who is being looked at right now on the note on TV. It is 2nd and 3 right here for Navy. There's the snap. And that is going nowhere for Navy. It's going to be 3rd and 3. 3rd and 3 right there for the Irish. And just got bottled up right there. That was Daba Fafana. And that is the end of the first quarter here on Savor Broadcast Network. We'll be right back in a moment. And welcome back to Dublin. Well, the game's in Dublin, Ireland. I'm here in Hartsville, Alabama. And welcome back to college football here on Savor Broadcast Network. I'm Cooper Naylor. So glad that you could be here with us. 14-0 Notre Dame after one quarter, and it is time to start the second. Navy's got the football. It is 3rd and 3 right here. Navy came out at the beginning of their, whenever they first got the football, they had a decent drive, but then it just went nowhere. Here's the hand. It's the fake handoff. Ty Levitai is going to get close. We will see where they will spot the ball here. That's going to be interesting to see where they spot it. Okay. I believe they've given them the first down. And this could be reviewed. I believe that's what we're about to see. Yes, it is. It's going under review, folks. Just like I had thought. But it was a run by quarterback Ty Levitai for Navy. So we will see what happens with that. We'll be back with the answer in just a moment. And we are back. After review, they called it short. So that's what I thought we would see here, is that it would be called short. It was close, though. It was definitely a close call, but he definitely was short. So now we'll be interested. Okay, here they go. They're going to go for it. And Ty Levitai is going to keep it. I believe he's got the first down. Of course, he took it, ran, and looked kind of backwards like he was going to hand it off, but then ran forward and looks like he has picked up the first down for Navy. Great play, though. Great play design. I mean, for something like that, definitely a great play design. All right, here we go. Clock ticking a little bit. It's 13:50 to go in the second quarter. Handoff. No, it's a fake. Now the pitch. Back, and they lost the football. And I believe that Notre Dame has got the football. the refs are going to discuss this, but Notre Dame may have the football here. Again, this has to go back to the field's really slick right now. So here we go. Okay. So I believe they're giving the football back to Navy. That is number 22 for Navy. If I can. Not completely sure. Let me. Hold on. Gonna try to get this accurate about. And they've got another review coming up. Another review coming up. See if this was a fumble or if this is, going to stay Navy ball. The guy who lost the football was Eli Hinrich. So, okay. So he was fumbling the football. So we will see what they call. But of course, right now, I believe the call is that Navy still got the football, but we will see what changes in just a moment here on Savor Broadcast Network. We'll be right back. All right. So they just came back and said that the ball, like the call stands, the ball was recovered out of bounds by Notre Dame. So here we go. It is Navy football with a 2nd and 6. They just get past a turnover. Here we go. Here is Lavatai taking the snap. He's going to take it himself, and he will get maybe 2 yards on that play. So that'll be about 3rd and 4 coming up here for the midshipmen. Just a great play by the defense here at Notre Dame. A complete shutout so far. And they really have, just a great defensive play so far. And also the offense of Notre Dame's has done a good job of keeping Navy's offense off the field. So we'll see how this goes. Here's the running back, Daba Fafana, and he will probably get back to the line of scrimmage. It's 4th down now, as they will have to punt it back to Notre Dame. Just tough so far here for Navy. I mean, not a lot going their way so far. So another stop there for Notre Dame, and this Notre Dame team looks pretty good so far. Playing a good, hard-fought football game. And here is the punt. Number 90, Riley Reitman will punt it off, and that will be, and Notre Dame will let that go. And that, I believe, is Chris Tyree, punt returner. Here we go with Notre Dame again on offense. Of course, we will see what Sam Hartman can do. Good game so far here for Notre Dame. And here we go. First drive of the second quarter here for the Irish. Hartman looks, throws it, and it's caught. His receiver keeps going, and that is number 83, Jaden Thomas. Another first down as they want to speed it up a little bit here. Sam Hartman getting to the line of scrimmage, trying to kind of speed his team up a little bit. So here we go. There's a handoff. And a nice run there for number 12 of Notre Dame. I believe that's I will get this in just a second. And that it was Jeremiah Love. And here's a throw to number 0. That is Dion Colsey. And that is another first down for the Irish. Just great play here from Notre Dame early. And just picking apart this defense. Sam Hartman gets hit and still delivers a great pass here. Just a great throw, right on time. Great play here for Notre Dame. And here we go. Sam Hartman looking again. Deep pass. That is caught. And that is another Notre Dame touchdown. Oh my goodness, what a play. And that was a great drive. And I'm telling you, this pass, just beautifully placed. Sam Hartman puts this one right on the money. Great play. Another Notre Dame touchdown. It is 20-0. 20 minutes in, and it's now 21-0. Notre Dame. Just incredible play so far by the Irish. And Sam Hartman. This one was perfectly placed, folks. You can't do no better than that. Be right back in just a moment. and I'm going to come back on just a few minutes, a couple seconds before main broadcast to bring up our trivia question for today. So hope y'all are listening up to this. And here is our trivia question for today regarding our game. When did Navy and Notre Dame first play? And then I've also got another stat also that'll be really interesting for those who really love stats and information when it comes to college football. So here's the kickoff, and it'll go out to the back of the end zone here. So here we go. Can Navy do anything on offense? That's going to be the big question here. We've been waiting to see what they may be able to do. So, and also on that receiving touchdown for Notre Dame was Jaden Greathouse. And man, was that a great punch it in the house kind of play right there, if you get my drift here with that saying. Great play there from Notre Dame on that touchdown. So here's Ty Lavatai, and it was handed off to the big man. The big man, number 46 for Alex Texa for Navy. So far, if I believe this correctly, I've only seen one pass from Navy. So, really interesting. And there is a flag on the field. And it is a false start on Navy. This is just hard to watch if you're a person who roots for Navy. So far, this has just been a hard game. And it was just a slight flinch from the center, big number 65. Big number 65, Brent Self. As that was a throw right. I think that's a throw. So Navy last season was outscored 81-43 in the first quarter when they combined all games, 81-43 last season. They in the last three season openers for them, they've combined scored 17 points. So this hasn't been great for Navy. So here we go on a 3rd and 2. Here's the hand. It's a fake handoff. Ty Lavatai is going to take it, and he slides, and he'll pick up the first down for Navy. Great run there. As he faked the handoff, and then he took it himself, and then just gained the first down. Great play. Just great play. And now he is hurt. He is down, and we will see if he is going to be okay. Or what it looks like is it may be just a readjustment of his. He has a knee brace on, so it may just be readjusting the knee brace or completely taking it off. But we'll see if he's still out there. Or I believe in the rules that if you go down hurt, then you got to sit out one play. I believe that's how that goes. So he is on the sidelines, and now coming in at quarterback, we will see in just a second. But I believe that is number 7, Xavier Arline. He is in the game now. Let's see what he can do here for Navy. 1st and 10. And of course, giving out signals to his team. Here we go. Here's the handoff. It's a fake handoff and the pitch. And that goes to Brandon Chapman for a few yards. It'll be second down here for Navy. So they're going to keep our line out there on the field for Navy. Going to give a break, give Ty Lavatai a break. Wonder if he's okay. It looks like they're still working on his knee. So we'll see if he gets back in the game. Here's our line. Takes the snap, hands it off to Fofana. He takes it, and he nearly got the first down. Almost, but it's going to be third down right here for Navy. So they are quickly working on Ty Lavatai, his knee, see if he can get back out on the field. He may be out there in a minute. Who knows? But it's Xavier Arline out there for Navy right now. All right. Here he is getting ready. He takes a snap. It's a pitch. And that is going to be close. Number 22 there for Navy. Let me pull this back up. But number 22 for Navy. Eli Hindenrich, he was the man who got the football just now. And here we go. 1st and 10. Our line with the pitch going out to Fofana, and he gets a few yards before being leveled. So it's going to be second down here for Navy. So what they are doing right here is they are running the football, just getting a few yards at a time, trying to pick up and just run the clock. And, of course, right now down 21-0. And it's looking like they possibly – I mean, this is a hopeful drive, and there's Ty Lavatai back out on the field for the midshipmen. And here's the pitch. And that was a great play right there. That is number 46, Alex Texza, for a few yards right there for Navy. Just heavy run game right now for Navy. And that's what they love to do. And so it was just a nice pitch to the right-hand side of the field, and Texas took it for a first down. Navy, nice drive here. Honestly, if you think about it, considering their other drives stalled out, this is a great drive so far here for Navy. Here we go. Here's another pitch. And there is Chapman getting away. Man, what a tough play there from Chapman just to get about 5 yards, but still, tough play. And breaking some tackles too while at it. So, great play here. Navy, a little bit promising drive right here. Who knows? Maybe they can score, either, get on the board, get some hope there for the locker room. As the, clock's still going down, under 4 minutes to go. Here we go. 5 to snap the football. Lavatai takes it, and it's a pitch. And that is a first down right there for Navy. That's Texas. So I want to take this moment right now to let y'all know, coming up at halftime, Jack Naylor, my guest picker, will be on to break down, what's going on in college football. Mercer and UNA just kicked off here just a few minutes ago, so he's going to give us an update on what's going on there. And then, not sure what else, but, of course, have a great halftime show planned there. So, can't wait to see that. So, here is Ty Lavatai. Takes the snap. He's going to take it himself, and he picks up a few yards right there for Navy. just a great drive here right now for Navy. And really, if you're looking at it from Navy's standpoint, this has been over 7.5 minutes of a drive. This is what Navy loves to do. They love to have the football for a long, extended period of time and score, go down and score a touchdown. Just, and this has been a quick moving game so far. So here we go. The handoff, and that is going nowhere for Fofana. That is going to be a loss of 2 or 3 yards, and we are at 2 minutes to go here in the second quarter. So he just got bottled up there. Nowhere to go for Fofana, and Navy calls timeout. So we will return in just a moment. All right, we are back with 2 minutes and 4 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Of course, like I said, Jack Naylor's got halftime coming up, so that'll be interesting to see. That's a 3rd and 7 by Ty Lavatai, and he only gets a few yards, so it's going to be 4th down. So we are going to go ahead with our trivia question, and that was, when did Navy and Notre Dame first play? And so here is your answer. October 15th, 1927. So, and Notre Dame won the game 19-6, and the game was played in Baltimore. And so, and also Notre Dame takes a timeout right there. But going back to this trivia question, one of the interesting things is that from 1927 to 2019, these teams met up every single year. It was the longest played consecutive series in college football. So that is some history with that. So really interesting stuff right there. So that was the answer to our question. October 15th, 1927. Notre Dame won the game 19-6. That's the first time these two teams played. Here we go. Navy looking to get on the scoreboard. 37-yard field goal. There is the kick. It is no good. Oh, he hooked it just right. Oh, that is gotta hurt. Such a promising drive there for Navy. And it hooks just right, folks. That is hard. We'll be back in a moment. All right, everybody. Welcome back to the games played in Dublin. I'm here in Hartselle, Alabama, and it is Notre Dame football. After a promising drive, it ends in nothing for Navy as there's the throw, and that is a great catch right there. And so that right there is number 4, Chris Tyree for Notre Dame. There's a handoff, and that goes for a couple of yards. That's number 22. Number 22 here for Notre Dame. That is Devin Ford, as they are playing a little fast here. Sam Hartman looking, throwing, and that's Devin Ford again. Nice catch right there. Great play. Gerard Parker taking over the offensive coordinator calling for Notre Dame, as there's Chris Tyree again. Nice catch. Quick play style here with 1 minute and 3 seconds to go. Of course, clock stops till they set up chains, and it's another timeout here for the Irish. So they're going to talk some stuff over real quick. Just a great game so far. And so, and really there was, that last drive, Navy had a chance to do something. And it just shows what kind of game it's been so far. They hooked it just right. So it's just been tough here in the early going of this game, in the first half of this game. So we'll see what happens here for the Irish, if they're going to be able to punch it in. But for Navy, it's just been tough. So here we go. 14 seconds to snap the ball. Here's Sam Hartman. He's going to throw it. And that is caught behind the line of scrimmage by number 3. That is Jybern Payne. Here we go. A third down to go. 3rd and 3 for Notre Dame. Sam Hartman. He's got his running back to his left. Hartman takes the snap. He's looking. That's going to be caught right there. And that is number 19, Jaden Greathouse. Nice catch right there. First down, 30 seconds to go. And that's going to be a spike by Sam Hartman with 27 seconds to go here for the Irish here in the first half. Just looking for a little bit more on the scoreboard before we go to break. So we'll see if they can score. 29 seconds. So they put about two more seconds up there. So we'll see what they can do with that. 2nd and 10. Here we go. It's a fake handoff. Hartman down the field and dropped, but there's a flag. He was looking for Chris Tyree, and that's probably going to be a pass interference, setting up a great punch it in kind of situation here for Notre Dame. Of course, Notre Dame up 21-0, so this would be big. Oh, so be interesting to see what we get here. And it was a pass interference against Navy, which is going to set up a great, 1st and goal here for Notre Dame. So 1st and 10, actually. So they've changed it a little bit. 24 seconds to go. They're at about the 14-yard line. Sam Hartman, he's got his running back to his right. Hartman stands back, fakes the throw, looking. Now going to throw and incomplete. That's going to be 2nd down, 17 seconds to go here in the first half. And a great game here so far, as he got right up near the line of scrimmage and then released the football, just bumped by the defender of Navy. So here we go. Sam Hartman, he's got his running back. He has running back to his left, and we got a timeout. And that is Navy calling its 2nd timeout. So both teams with 17 seconds are left with 1 timeout each. So just wanting to talk it over. So, of course, great game here so far as for on one side, Notre Dame side. This is a great start. Navy, this has just been what you wanted to avoid. It's not such a great start for Navy. So 17 seconds to go in the first half. As Notre Dame looks to punch it in and continue the scoring. So here we go. Hartman, end zone, touchdown, Irish. And they are just adding on, folks. 13 seconds to go, and they punch it in again for a touchdown. Just incredible stuff here from the Irish today. And just great football overall being played by them. So that's a touchdown. That is Jaden Thomas with the catch. And the extra point is up and good for Notre Dame. 28-0 with 13 seconds to go. And we will be right back in a moment. All right. Welcome back, everybody. 13 seconds left until halftime. And of course, the halftime show with Jack Naylor. It'll be really great stuff. Can't wait to see that. As there's the kickoff. And that'll just go out the back of the end zone. So 13 seconds, 28-0. Notre Dame just playing great football. And we'll see what Navy wants to do. Most likely wants to just take this, take a knee, take this to the half, go back to the locker room, and figure out what they can do better in the second half. Because it's just been rough if you're a person who's rooting for Navy. This has just been a rough game so far. And that's what they do. They'll take a knee, and that will be the first half. 28-0 Notre Dame. We'll be right back in just a moment with the halftime show.
Your fingers on my.
All right. There you go.
Okay. Fine. Not working.
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Is it on?
I don't know, so I'm asking.
Yep. You're good.
My mic is working.
So you're on.
Whenever I'm ready to go, right?
Yep, you're on clearly right now. So
Well, hang on, we're ready to go. Gonna stop the video.
you're good.
All right, we welcome you back to halftime of the Notre Dame and Navy game from Dublin, Ireland. Thank you, Cooper, for your first half going on. And as you know, score down 28 Notre Dame. Sam Hartman put a couple touchdown passes, putting life to a Heisman candidate that we sort of think he will be. All right, going on also right now is the University of North Alabama's playing Mercer. Right now, Mercer's up 7-0 in the first quarter, playing down in Mobile. Very interesting game. Hopefully, UNA come back and win. That's what we're looking forward to. As far as the Notre Dame game, not much to it. Navy had one good drive, and that's really about all they did so far. No turnovers. They played pretty good, but they're just really outmatched. To me, Sam Hartman, we're looking at the ball. I think he'll be a Heisman candidate. A very high Heisman candidate. But also looking on the rest of this week or rest of the day, a couple other games coming out today. Hawaii at Vandy. Vandy home opener, big game for Vandy. We'll see what they can do. Also, number 6 USC will play host San Jose State. San Jose State, they have a shot. No, I think this is a coming out party again with Caleb Williams. We will also see what kind of defense USC will put together this year. That will be the key to their team all year. What kind of defense, what kind of offense and defensive lineman they got. We know they have the quarterback, they got the receivers. They will be good there. We will be looking to see what kind of defense they put together. If they have a pretty decent defense, this could be a Pac-12 champion, playoff contender. Also coming out here I believe about 4:30, 5 o'clock, UTEP comes to Jacksonville State. Jacksonville State, since we're here in Alabama, coached by former Michigan coach Rich Rodriguez. What kind of team would they have this year? They were very good last year. They step up in a little bit. They step up competition this year. UTEP. Very interesting game also coming up. Also, the primetime game tonight, 6:30, ABC shows South Carolina State, Jackson State. Okay, Jackson State, what you gonna do now? Deion's not there. How will they be? No Travis Hunter. Deion's still not there to play quarterback. I think you have some other guys transferred out. But if I'm not mistaken, you have assistant coach who took over as head coach. Jackson State, I look for them to still be a pretty good ball team. We will find out. How leaving Deion, how would that affect this team? We will find out. That's tonight. As once again, as I look here with just under 5 minutes left in the first quarter, Mercer's still up 7-0. And the game right now is we're playing on the ESPN. Okay. That's far as today. That's any games today. Coming up, week one. Week one, some big, big games that we'll be looking forward to. And if I'm not mistaken, I do believe the first one we're going to talk about will be Florida, Utah, which will be a Thursday night game. And I do believe we have plans to broadcast that game on this network Thursday night. That, look forward to it. I believe I think it's an 8 o'clock kickoff. Prime time to ESPN. Or is that game? Florida. Don't forget, beat Utah last year. One of the games that probably cost Utah a potential chance at the playoffs. Is revenge on the mind for Utah. Should be. Utah, are they a Pac-12 champion? Yeah. Pac-12 will be very interesting this year with what kind of teams they got coming back. That's one game to look forward to. A couple other games I'm interested in looking forward to. Nebraska, Minnesota, also Thursday night. This will be Matt Rule's first game with Nebraska. Nebraska, a team that's been borderline bowl eligible the last couple of years. A team that really should be a lot better. I do believe it'll be better. The quarterback situation should be better. I think the coaching will be better. I look for this team to be bowl eligible and look for a dark horse Big Ten contender in Nebraska this year. They go to Minnesota, who are also in that same type of shape. We will see. Honestly, the biggest game of the whole weekend next weekend is not even a ranked matchup or nothing, but Colorado, TCU. Yep, TCU. Team played national championship game last year. Looked very bad, very outmatched. But they welcome in Deion Sanders. Deion, your son, Travis Hunter, here you go. Big time. This is not FCS. This is not HBC school. This is Pac 12. Are you ready? We will find out. I think Travis Hunter will be ready. I look for him to be the guy to do everything. Before it's always going to be an offense, defense, special teams. Look for him to touch the ball as much as possible. Do not forget, this guy was the number one player just recruited 2 years ago. The talent is there. We're going to see. Remember, he picked Deion in Jackson State over Florida State. This kid can play. We will see what he can do when he gets to Pac-12 with better competition. I look for him to have a big year. Very liable, be a dark horse Heisman candidate. I know I've talked about several different ones. I can see this guy being one because of all around stats he can put together. I look for that one. I still look for TCU to beat Colorado. I don't think Colorado has the talent to compete with some of these schools. But for all you fans, pull up Colorado's first 5 games. Very tough. Colorado will play TCU, USC, I believe Utah, and first Oregon, some of the first 4 or 5 games, and Colorado State. If Deion come out, if they win, if they 2 or 3 at the end of that, very well. They could be very well on the way to a bowl, or they could be very well to a bad loser season. Either way, Deion, it was very interesting to watch you. All eyes in America will be watching you. Other games going on week 1. Boise State at Washington. Okay, Boise State has a very good history of beating top quality teams. Washington, there again, between Washington, Utah, USC, Oregon, you got 4 or 5 Pac-12 teams that are very capable of being Pac-12 champions. I think will be a very competitive conference. This is a big win. Washington has to win this one. If they want any chance in possibly looking at the playoff, you cannot lose this one. The boys will be the giant killer again. We'll find out next. I believe that one may be a Saturday game. I don't remember. I have to go back and look. Now, ESPN game day, don't care much about it, but I'd rather watch Savor Broadcast. But next week, ESPN game day will be at the Battle of the Carolinas, North Carolina, South Carolina. Once again, it's a quarterback battle. Drake May, Spencer Rattler. We will see how that one turns out. I do not remember the kid's name. There is a wide receiver for South Carolina, the freshman this year. It's very highly thought of. I'll give the name to Cooper, and we'll let you know. Look for this kid. That'll be a very interesting game. Once again, if South Carolina for real, we will find out. This game will be important. I believe that one's played in Charlotte, if I'm not mistaken. All right, Sunday night, which I think is another game that we'll probably on this broadcast, on this network. LSU and Florida State. This is a playoff implication game. It's stupid to say that first week, but it is. LSU, Florida State. The winner of this one, yes, has a leg up. If you lose this one, you cannot afford to lose another. You can't lose another game. The loser of this one is in very bad shape the rest of the year. This reminds me of Georgia and Clemson about 3 years ago that played each other. Same type of atmosphere. This is played in Orlando. Last year, Florida State beat them last year. A very controversial, not controversial. LSU's kicking game cost that game to them last year. But LSU come back and had a very good season, won SC West. Now, a lot of pressure on you. Or again, will you deliver this? We will find out. And then I believe it's Monday. Yeah, Clemson too. Yeah, it's not a big matchup. Yeah, it's just not a ranked matchup. But again, Clemson brought in a new offensive coordinator. This, we're gonna find out. If Garrett Riley is he gonna fix the problems that Clemson had the last couple of years offensively? If they get their offenses fixed, quarterback situation plays real well. My opinion, this is the ACC champion. There's too much talent in this team. This team will be in playoffs. If the quarterback's in their playoff, we will see. We will see this one. There's a bunch of games week 1. There's still more games going on. Obviously, it's ranked teams playing. Week 1 is the big week. It starts Thursday night, all weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Labor Day weekend. It's the best weekend for college football. Best. You get it from Thursday all the way to Sunday. But we will go back to the Notre Dame game. Unfortunately, I don't have the stats in front of me, but I do know at one point, the running game, the rushing are about the same. Notre Dame is a very balanced team. This is honestly this week. Next week they play Tennessee State. Okay, either week 3 or 4. I can't remember. I go back and look. They go to Ohio State. There's the game. That's the game we'll find out what Notre Dame is. Can Sam Hartman take this team into Ohio State and beat them. Don't be surprised because, like Ohio State's history, they've not won a big game in quite a while. Ryan Day, you're under pressure. Of all the coaches, you may be under more pressure than people realize. You need to win. You need to win some big games. You've lost Michigan 2 straight. You lost playoff games. You not won a big game. Oregon came in your house a couple years ago and beat you. Ryan Day, you're a good coach. You are under pressure. You got to win this one. Notre Dame has no pressure. This will be a big test for them. But that being said, once again, I'm going to look at almost the end of the first quarter. Mercer is ahead of UNA 7-0, and UNA is inside the 5 on the goal line there. Second goal, and man, look, if he's having a shot to maybe score, touchdown go. Let's see, quarterback runs, and there it is, touchdown, UNA. All right, good timing. 7-6 with the extra point of the tie ball game. About the end of the first quarter, we're going to watch that game on ESPN. Now, as far as this game, we're going to get ready to take you back to Cooper in the broadcast of Notre Dame and Navy. We appreciate you being here for halftime. Appreciate everything. We'll check out. We got a bunch of sponsors. We got a lot of stuff we're going to talk about this coming year. Enjoy your game. Enjoy the broadcast. Hope you enjoy the rest of your
And welcome back. All right, let's try that again. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to college football here on Savor Broadcast Network. I'm Cooper Naylor. So glad that you could be here with us and enjoy this incredible game that we call football. Start of the third quarter, and it is 28-0 here, Notre Dame. And, I believe Navy starts with the football. I think that is right because Notre Dame started out with a long drive. Yep, here is Ty Lavatai of Navy. Is first and 10. Now he scans over. There's a snap. And it's a pitch. And that will go to Chapman for a few yards. As I get my rosters pulled back up for a minute. So Navy, of course, did a decent. They ran the ball about as good as they probably could have. Just never, just didn't end the way they wanted it to. And then Notre Dame just running way out in front, imposing its will on Navy. So there is a pitch, and he lost the football. Tegza lost the football, and I believe that's about to be Notre Dame football. And that is Notre Dame football. This could not be more disastrous here for Navy here early. That was not great. And that was a pitch to Tegza. He couldn't grab it. And then Notre Dame, they have got the football once again. And now it's interesting because let's see what they can do now that they've got the football. So, man, this has just been rough if you're a Navy fan. All right, Lavatai sending his men in motion. Lavatai takes the snap, hand it off, and there is... Oh, so it was a fumble, but then Navy kept the football. Okay. Either way, it's now fourth down. And so, be interesting to see, is Navy going to stay on the field or are they going to punt this away? Be interesting to see. Down 28-0 here in the third quarter. What are they going to do? And of course, I want to mention, because I haven't mentioned it yet, our game is sponsored by Beautifully Blessed Crafts. I'm sorry for getting that wrong. Either way, that is who sponsors our program today. So it's been a great broadcast so far, and there's the punt. And that only goes like 20 yards probably. So Notre Dame's got it back. What can they do with it, I wonder? We will come back in just a minute to see what they do with the football. All right. Welcome back here to college football on Savor Broadcast Network. This has been a good day worth of football so far here on the channel. We've been able to do a lot so far. Had SEC wraparound, college football wraparound, and now in the middle of Navy and Notre Dame. Just a great day of football. Really having a good day. Broadcasting, just great to come to y'all for the first time in a while with some actual game broadcasts. That's just the fun of it. So here we go. Sam Hartman and this Notre Dame offense back out on the field. Hartman takes the snap, handing it off. And that is Audric Estime taking it. And that is a first down for the Irish. So just a great game so far. Just easy going so far if you are Notre Dame. Just, haven't had to really stress things. You're up 28-0. Clock moves under 12 minutes to go in the third quarter. And just one of those matchups where Notre Dame just had a good game so far. So here goes Audric Estime with the carry, and that one will be a gain of a few yards. Great play here from the Irish. So just taking their time. It's 2nd and 3. As just taking their time, letting the clock run down a little bit. And here is the carry by Audric Estime. That's a first down, and he's got some more to go with that. Just really good run plays right here from the Irish. And Joe Montana, the great quarterback for Notre Dame, is in attendance today in Dublin, Ireland. And we have a stoppage in the game. We have an injury on the Navy side. Hopefully he will be okay. That is number 33 right there. That's Luke Lawson. So hopefully he will be okay. So just awaiting. I think he's making his way off the field. Of course, here is the Notre Dame offense again. Just been a really great game if you're Notre Dame. They've scored a touchdown on each of their 4 drives. Which is great offense. Hartman throws it. That's Jaden Thomas to the outside, and that's a first down. Irish. Just easy going for Notre Dame. And you can see out he is wide open, wide left. Sees it, and he just fires it in there. Just too easy for him. And there's a run that is, I believe, right there. That's Jibrin Payne, the running back. He carries it for a few yards. That's going to be 2nd and 6 now for the Irish. So just great play. And then so the clock will run on first downs here in the second half. So here we go. Sam Hartman eludes the pressure. He's going to throw. Looking, touchdown! And that is Jaden Greathouse again. Wow, what a play. And you got to give it to Sam Hartman. He just made that look really good. Hartman just eluded the pressure and just throws it for the easy touchdown. After he got away from defenders, just an easy play. What a play. And that is in 35-0 Notre Dame. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody, as Notre Dame adds in another touchdown. Just great play here today from the Irish. 35-0 as they get ready to kick it away back to Navy. It is week 0 of the college football season. And we thank you all for tuning in. As here we go. There's the kick. And that one will actually be returned this time. It's a good return, too, as it will go to about the 25. He looked like he had a chance. And so Navy will start from the 25. We got a flag on the play, so let's wait and see what this flag is. We wait. It's a holding against Navy. And when you have a little bit of a spark of life, there goes a lot of it with a penalty. It's a block in the back. Just rough here for Navy today. It's just been rough. And so, of course, Notre Dame playing an absolutely incredible football game today. But Navy it's just hard. Starting at the 6, there is the handoff, and that is to Daba Hold on. Daba Fofana. So he gets a couple of yards right there for Navy. It's going to be 2nd and 8. So, coming up, just to give you a little heads up about what the rest of the schedule will look like. And there's Daba Fofana getting a couple of yards right there for Navy. It's going to be 3rd down, about probably 4 to go. So, to give you a little heads up about what is coming up on the channel, Thursday night, the plan is Florida and Utah to be broadcast here on Savor Broadcast Network. And then, so other than that, we will announce during Thursday night's Florida-Utah game. So here we go. 3rd and 6 to go. It's a pass. And this is just bottled up. Notre Dame was having none of it. And that's going to be a 4th down and super long, and Navy will punt this again. This has just been a rough game if you're Navy, and this does not make it feel any better. That was rough. Notre Dame's defense has showed up today, and now Navy punts from the back of their end zone. Here we go. The punt is away, nearly blocked. It's a good punt this time. Here comes Chris Tyree. Great return, and he slips. He slipped on the wet grass. Had he kept his footing, who knows what could have happened on that return. You're watching college football on Savor Broadcast Network, presented by Beautifully Blessed Crafts. We'll be back in a little bit. All right, here we go. Notre Dame with the football. Here's a handoff to Audric Estime. And he'll pick up a few yards right there. So we return with Notre Dame having the football. And in what has been a dominating game by them, a shutout they've pitched so far. Notre Dame has scored touchdowns on all 5 of their drives. That is how incredibly good they have been today. Unlike, and the Navy just hasn't been able to do anything at all. So, a little bit rough for them. Sam Hartman hands it off to Audric Estime, who will get a couple of yards right there. That is a first down. Notre Dame. And Notre Dame running backs tonight against Navy, 19 carries, 139 yards, and 2 touchdowns. That is how Notre Dame's running backs have fared. Last year, they ran it 23 times for 81 yards. That's all they had last year against Navy. This year, really good stuff here for the Irish. So, and it just looks too easy out there for them right now, honestly. Here we go. Sam Hartman looks around. Now he's going to throw it to Audric Estime. He kept it alive while getting hit and taken to the ground. Great play there by Estime. Just nice way to just keep the football without dropping it. Just a great play by both players, Estime and Hartman. Hartman just to be able to find Estime wide open. Well, open of sorts. I mean, not wide open, but here we go. Jibrin Payne to the side of Hartman, and he gets the football, and he's dropped. And Navy is giving them a third down right here. So let's see what will happen. And that's just a great tackle from Navy. So here we go, 3rd and 11. Hartman has been really good today. So let's see what he can do. Hartman all alone in the backfield. And did they get a timeout? Notre Dame calls timeout right here. So they were about to run out of time to snap the football. So just in time, calls the time. Marcus Freeman calls timeout for the Irish. As right now on the national broadcast, they're going through some of the plays. And it's been the Notre Dame run game. Notre Dame definitely wants to play balance, but today, of course, getting up as big as they have, it's been about the run game. They've played a great game. Notre Dame is definitely the better team here. And so this has just been really incredible. So here we go. Sam Hartman's got his running back to his right. Calling out some signals. Sam Hartman takes a snap. He's looking. And that one nearly caught there by Chris Tyree. It is now 4th and 11. And for once, Notre Dame is not going to score a touchdown here in this game. And that was incredible. Nearly just through the hands of the defensive back. That's what threw Chris Tyree off because he thought that ball was getting intercepted. So that just threw it off. All right, here is Spencer Schrader. Now he's number 32. Okay. So here is the kick, and this is no good. So it's going to be Navy football off of a missed field goal. We've had 2 field goal attempts in the game, and both have missed. We'll be back. And welcome back. And this is college football here on Savor Broadcast Network. Thanks for watching this, guys. This has been a great first game broadcast, honestly. And we got 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. Here is Navy. Here is Lavatai. Gets the edge, and he'll pick up about 8 yards right there for the midshipmen. So right now, if you're Navy, what you're looking for is just to get a little bit of something, like a little bit of momentum. That's all they need. A little bit of something for their next game. I mean, you got 0 right now. You haven't. I mean, you've put some good drives together, but just can't capitalize. So Navy definitely is looking for some momentum going into the next game. Here we go. Lavatai. He's going to throw. He's going to unwind it. And it's going to be way behind and incomplete. And that right there just shows what kind of game this has been. That you have the man wide open, but you can't air it out long enough. And a lot of that has to do with he had a lot of pressure coming from his backside. And that ball was nearly caught right through his receiver's hands. That was his receiver number 28. His receiver number 28. Amin Hassan. Here we go. There is Brandon Chapman for a few yards, and now it's 4th down. And really, let's see what they do. It's 4th and 1. And we'll see what they end up doing. And they're going to keep the offense out in the field. 3rd time they're going for 4th down. And I believe they got it. Bafana picks it up for Navy. As the clock keeps ticking down to about 2.5 minutes. Just a really dominant game here from Notre Dame, as Navy is still looking to figure out what they're about what they're going to do on this drive. He's got Lavatize, the quarterback for Navy. He's got two backs behind him. Here's Lavatize pitching it, and it's just going to go nowhere. Just nowhere for Texas of Navy. It's just been a really bad day for a Navy team who loves to run the football. So it is 35-0, a minute and a half to go. Lavatize is going to throw, and it's way over his receiver's head. So it's now 3rd and 8 with a minute and a half to go in the third quarter. Notre Dame overwhelmingly should win this game. It's 35-0 right now, and Navy's just had a tough time today. And there goes the snap, a really bad snap, and that is going to be 4th down and feels like forever. And that, again, just shows what kind of day this has been. Just a bad snap, just bad communication between the quarterback and his center. And now Notre Dame's going to be set up after this punt with incredible field position. So it's just been rough for Navy. So here we go as we go under a minute in the third quarter. And a very poor snap there as well, as there's the punt. And a fair catch called by Tyree. As we have 37 seconds to go in the third quarter, Notre Dame up 35-0 here. And just, it's been a rough game here for Navy. And here comes an offense that's played incredible all day long. Sam Hartman, 18 for 23 for 226 yards and 3 touchdowns. That right there is a great stat line for him. It's just been easy for him all day. 37 seconds. Here's the handoff. And his back, I believe Chris Tyree. No, I'm sorry. I believe that's that is J.D. Price, another new running back, freshman for Notre Dame, getting his first, playing in his first game, as that should end the third quarter. No score for Navy. Notre Dame put up 14 in the first and second quarters, and now they put up 7 more as we will head to the fourth quarter here in Dublin. We will be right back, everybody, in just a moment. Here we go. Sam Hartman hands it off to his running back. So they will gain a few yards right there. So we begin the fourth quarter. And there's another handoff. That is number 12, Jeremiah Love, getting some carries right there. So, of course, Sam Hartman has had a great game today. Still in the game, a little shocking with it being 35-0. You would think he wouldn't be out there very much longer for the Irish. But here we go. Hartman takes the snap, handing it off. And that is number 24, J.D. Price with the carry. And so Sam Hartman, definitely player of the game today. He's just made some really great plays throughout the game, just making it seem too easy all day. And his ability to elude the pressure is going to make him a really great quarterback. I mean, possibly in the NFL because he's a senior. So that's coming up, NFL. Here we go. Here's another carry right here for Jeremiah Love. He breaks some tackles, and that is a first down. Just too much. Just way too much here. As they just continue running some clock. It's just been just an incredible dominating game here for the Irish. As there's another run. Only picking up, maybe getting back to the line of scrimmage. Is all that J.D. Price will have. So, great game today. Of course, coming up Thursday night, Florida and Utah. So that'll be a fun one to do for you. So here we go. Clock about 12 minutes to go in the game. There's the throw. Out to his receiver, and this is another touchdown for Notre Dame. 41-0. Just making it look too easy. Just too easy. 41-0. As I'm having to update the scoreboard a little bit. So just bear with me a little bit. And the extra point is good to make it 42-0. 42-0, folks. Notre Dame playing an outstanding game today. We'll be back. All right, everybody. Welcome back. We got our scoreboard issues taken care of. So, Sam Hartman, though, 19 for 24, 251 yards throwing, 4 touchdowns. We've got 11:54 left to go. And there is Schrader kicking the ball away. And that'll be a touchback as Navy will start at about, I believe, 25. So, coming up for these teams, of course, we got 11:54 to go in this game. So, Navy's offense back out. So, here we go. Ty Levitai sends his running back in motion. He's going to hand it off, and that is Chapman, who will pick up a couple of yards. So, coming up for Navy, next week they will be playing Wagner, so that should be a easier game. So that'll be a nice way to end this. And then after this play, I'll tell you who Notre Dame will be playing next week. As here's another carry. That is Fofana, who will get a few yards right there. So, Notre Dame next week plays Tennessee State. So that is the schedule about what is going on in college football. So there is another play right there. It is 3rd and 3 here. It's 1st and down. Sorry about that. So a 1st down there for Navy. 42-0 as the clock will run a little bit. Notre Dame just playing a great game. And folks, we have eclipsed. This is our longest stream here on the channel. So thanks for being a part of it. And there is another run there for Notre Dame picking up a few yards. That is number 22. Eli Hinrich. So we are now under 10 minutes to go in the game. 2nd and 4 for Navy. In what has been a just one-sided game here. Navy just looking for anything at this point, though. As here's Levitai. He'll pick up a few yards. It'll be about 3rd and 1 to go. So, Notre Dame just playing great football. This is probably the result we thought we were going to get here. So, just a great game overall. Played in Dublin by Notre Dame. As we have 9:15 to go here in the game. Levitai. Just calling out some signals. He's going to hand it off. And Texas should have a 1st down for Navy. So here is the question. Can they get into the end zone and put up something, or are they going to be able to get a field goal, or will they not get anything at all? Who knows? Clock continues to move. Just what Navy wants. Get this over with. It's what they think, probably. Levitai looking to throw. He now does. And it's caught! The first completion of the day for Levitai, and it goes to Chapman. Nice play, honestly. And just Easy, just step into it, throw, and just put it on the money. Great play. Here we go. From the 15, 1st and 10. Lavatai pitches it to Chapman, trying to break some tackles and gets inside the 10-yard line. So Navy may be able to put some points on the board here. So it is now 2nd down here for Navy. So maybe a little bit of hope. And also, I was mistaken. It's 2 weeks from now when Navy plays next. Of course, they get, so with this being on week 0, they get 3 bye weeks, folks. That's how it goes for Navy. So here we go. Hand off to Fofana, and he stopped before he can get back to the line of scrimmage. That's going to be about 3rd and 4 coming up. So Navy having a hard time now as they get closer to the end zone. Just stout defense today by the Irish. So 6.5 minutes to go in the game. Notre Dame up 42-0. Here we go. Lavatai, the pitch to Texa, and he's fighting for it. He may have gotten it. He was fighting, and he may have gotten that 1st down. We will wait and see. But man, just the fight. Just the fight of Navy. And it's going to be 4th and 1. Here we go. The offense stays on the field. Why not at this point? You're down so much. Why not run another offensive play? Lavatai, did he get it? I believe he did. Yes, he did. 1st and goal for Navy. As we have 5.5 minutes to go in the game. Navy just running that clock down. Just a great play by Lavatai, though. Gets the 1st down. And here we go. 42-0 here in the 4th quarter as Navy lets that clock continue to run down. Got a few seconds to snap the ball. They get it snapped. It's going to be a toss back, and that just was a terrible play design right there as our line came in to try and pitch it, and that was hard to watch, folks. And that was, Navy tried so hard on that play. That just did not end well. So, here we go. 2nd and goal from about 14. Here's a pitch, and that goes for about a yard to Chapman. And 3rd and goal from about the 13 with 4 minutes to go in the game. Notre Dame 42, Navy nothing. Navy looking for a little bit of something here. Just to give a little bit of hope for Wagner on the 9th. So we shall see what they can do here on this 3rd and goal. Lavatai, the handoff to our line, the pitch, and that is out of bounds and incomplete. So 4th and goal. Here we go. Are they going to trot the kicker out there, see what he can do on a field goal, or are they just going to keep the offense out there? Good question, and it looks like they're just going to keep the offense out there. Why not? 3.5 minutes to go. Just you know, 7 or 3, it don't matter at this point. You're down 42-0. Just get something, hopefully, out of the throw. Hopefully, or now they bring out the kicking. They were about to leave the offense out there, but now they bring the kicker out there. So let's see. Kickers on field goals today are 0 of 2. This is a 30-yard field goal. And a timeout called by Navy. So both teams have called a timeout here. Both teams have called 3 total timeouts, and we will return in a moment to see what Navy decides to do. All right, here we go to see if we can get our first field goal of the game. And here's the kick, and it is up, and it is good. So Navy has added 3 points. It is 42-3 with 3.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter in Dublin, Ireland. And Navy finally gets something on the board. So we'll be right back. All right. We are back. 42-3 Notre Dame leads. And what has just been a just dominant performance by the Irish. Navy just having a tough day. So here we go. Here's the kickoff. And it goes back. Here we go. Payne with the return, and it goes to about the 26, 27 yard, or 27, 28 yard line. Sorry. So 3.5 minutes, and the backup quarterback, which is for Notre Dame, Steve Angeli he's from Westfield, New Jersey. So Sam Hartman's day is done. He had a great game. So now it's time for the backup to get a chance. See what he can do for Notre Dame. So here we go. Sends a man in motion in Jelly. Getting ready. He takes the snap. Hands it off. And that is Audric Estime for a few yards right there. Be second down as the clock will just roll. So, of course, they're on the national broadcast, taking a look at Notre Dame's schedule. Of course, Tennessee State next week. Then they got in at NC State, then Central Michigan. And then September 23rd, game between Ohio State coming in to Notre Dame Stadium on the 23rd. That, I believe, is a primetime game, so that will be fun to watch. So we shall see how that will go. Here we go. There's Angeli handing it off to Estime once again as the clock gets to about 2.5 minutes left in the game. 42-3, Notre Dame with the lead. As Notre Dame is just content to just run the game out. As it looks like we may have it's Navy's second timeout they have called here in the half. So we're going to take a break with them. We'll be back. All right. So had some technical difficulties from our scoreboard. So we'll get that fixed before Thursday night's broadcast, as there's a handoff right there. And I do not believe Notre Dame got the first down. So 42-3 here. And it's fourth down, and it looks like they're going to leave the offense on. And Esteme's got it. 2 minutes to go. 42-3 Notre Dame. And it's been a great game for Notre Dame. Estime, he's a great running back. This guy, he's going to compete. I mean, he is definitely going to be one of the lead rushers in college football this season, I believe. But the way he runs, this is a great guy. I mean, this is a guy you want on your team if you are wanting to be a run-heavy team. So, of course, great game today from Notre Dame. Angeli looking, throwing, and that'll be only for a few yards. We got 1 minute and 15 seconds to go as the clock continues to wind down. So, coming up on the channel, Thursday night, we have Florida and Utah. But don't forget, we got college football wraparound before that. So, I'm looking at, believe Tuesday night, if things work out, then that'll be when college football wraparound comes to you. So don't want to miss that. So college football wraparound, Tuesday night edition, of course. And there is a fumbled snap that we'll go backwards. Chris Tyree has the clock. We'll just continue to dwindle down under 30 seconds now. 42-3. So college football wraparound Tuesday night, Florida, Utah Thursday night, Saturday afternoon, have a game. I'll announce that during the Thursday night broadcast. And then Sunday night, Florida State and LSU. So that is what you can expect. But for now, Notre Dame 42, Navy 3. That is your final score here. I'm Cooper Naylor. Thanks for watching, and we will see you again Tuesday night.